then take a corporate. Benjamin on them bands, we like family. Now all us might as well go hit forfeit. I done seen shit, I'm like it can be. Never knew it would all just come to this. I'ma do it, I won't fuck an option. Baby, you do what you want when you pop it. Don't be a problem in my life, you solve it. Could be in hell, I'ma act like it's not. Slow down, I ain't living for nothing. No sound when you walk in the function. Oh sounds, we been riding around bumping. Roll it out, I ain't smoking for nothing. Out of my mind, give fuck if you get it or not. You'll find that you don't need no hat to cut. I try, but only get them hat shot. I'm fried, but I don't even wonder why. Out of my mind, give fuck if you get it or not. You'll find that you don't need no hat to cut. I try, but only get them hat shot. I'm fried, but I don't even wonder why.
Okay, let me get him, baby, ain't sparing shit. Everybody gotta get it. Every motherfucking car nigga riding in his tenant. They ain't heard nothing from the Carolinas in a minute. Nasty, get on it and ride until she finish. I get them niggas 10, 20,000, make a spin it. Or pull a pistol out, make you holler if you hear me. Two pretty bitches looking out the window say,
there go Trout. He always talk about 2 letters, cross tracks. He say he riding on whoever. Tar Heels, Carolina Blue Devils. We make it rain, blue hundreds, new weather. I can't stand no nigga who talk that shit like he gon' shoot better.
Pull out and up it on whoever. Fucking it, so she say, I get your boo with her. I'm with this bitch since she 5'7". I got a 5'7". I up this bitch since some shots at him. I let that fire go for real. Come pour some water on me, make me chill. Why you keep looking like that? What's the deal? You ain't get that pussy up, ho, be for real. Ain't one of them little niggas you gotta lie to. They can't make you nut back to back the way I do. Listen, I ain't into getting out, I'm getting in my feelings. Told you not to play with my pimpin', nigga. Baby ain't doing no motherfucking kissing. Cut off every bitch that don't listen. Ho, starting to think that my whip need a bathroom. Put up on them niggas and I shit it. Brought the Phantom out, did it for the Carolinas. 5 seats, I'm the only nigga in it. They don't know if I bought it or a nigga went to rent it. She pull a bitch, she swallow out my kids, I can't forget it. Even when a nigga in and out of town, get in my feelings. It be bitches over here, but something about them made me miss her. Cold little nigga in the summer need a coat. Cold little bitch, she come and hug me with a throat. Po ass nigga, someone asking for a poke. She come and bust it open for the baby, I'm the GOAT.
Let go Trap, now bring that shit back like a rerun. I told you I was the shit since the big gun Hondas. Matter of fact, drive-bys Nissan, my pockets big like Big Pun. I got a plug out in Asia, he get it to me no matter the season. We serving back making plays, and if you pull up, you can get you a cheap one. Say zone like I'm Johnny Cage, 4, 5 like I'm Michael J. Add a 2 like I'm Dr. Dre. He not a killer, he killed by mistake. We get it on like I'm Marvin Gaye. We catch a body, then we celebrate. Wish you'd try me, that's another case. We taking shots, no chase. Checking on me like it's Instagram. My nigga popping them person, don't care about the milligram. I see my cousin lose trial. He left the court with a smile like he don't even give a damn. Shooters with me like I'm cutting him. Just took my auntie another gram. No, I ain't one of them. Before the buzz, nigga, I been through the mud and ain't talking monster jam. Working so hard, no days off. I'm in the streets for real. Used to trap at the days in. I know this shit gon' pay off. Boss like Rick Ross. I used to trap off a net 10. Brand new Glock. Best friend, I'm shooting shit for real. This shit gave your chance in. Kyrie Irving, left hand. They saying.
Coming in this motherfucker just talking about shit, doing whatever, you know. No, I'm one of them, you know, I'm one of them, but they don't want to say I'm one of them, so. Yeah. Put $100 on pump 4, I'm finna ride in a Maybach in the city, so I gotta stay strapped. I got niggas shooting at your wave cap. Back home, them niggas be saying me and DDG go way back. You know if you ever waved at me.
Hey, what's up? How we doing? How we doing? Jak je dneska Masters Watchparty? Jak se máme? Hodina do 10 klasiky, zdravím všechny, čus. Jak se máme? Já se skočím pro pití, hned jsem tu. Jak je? Jsem se podívat bratko na své kačenky, jak se máme? Jsem ready na Masters Watchparty jak blázen, borci. Nevím jak vy, ale já jsem úplně ready. Jo, nevím, jestli jste očekali, že přijdu takhle včas, ale já jsem si řekl, že tentokrát tentokrát nesklamu. Jo. Ty jsi tak hezký, díky kámo, ty taky služitě to. Ale já jsem si řekl, že dneska přijdu včas, že není šance, že bych přišel prostě později, když jsou jako Masters Toronto, ne. Máme Watchparty, tak to užijem. Na co jinak zdar. Pozdravím všechny, tomu spadla poděbratka. No nic. Teď půjdeme na to, první zápas Sentinels, ne. První zápas jsou... Když je první zápas? PaperX proti G2 říká Gabriel. No, takže první zápas PaperX proti G2. Mám tady pro vás něco speciálního, jo, podívejte se na to. A... Tak no, let's get to it prostě. Takže... Je zmrdě, kdo si myslel, že přijdu včas, kámo, tak se vás tady takhle, vole. Severský princ. Zdar. Jsem tady přímo na čas. No nic, jdeme na to, tyjo, co se děje, jak se máte, WhatsApp. To je klasika, to se z vás pískám jak jdeme. Čus, radím, ahoj Koneko. Zdarec. Okay. Tady už se jedou pecky plný. Když máme Watchparty mimo hru, banger. Ale ještě mi dejte chvíli. Proč tady smrti? Já jsem vlastně hrál včera. Jak se máte, jak se máte? A ještě tady hodíme nový bingo, co je na dnešek.
XLG in the same boat as us. Came from Ascension. We're #1 in our region, got put into the playoff gauntlet, and we both lost first. Unfortunate, but I know both of us have that similar feeling right now of...
Takže se ti odročujem. Já 7,5. Ej, I'm chillin'. Co je 6? Mi není doma. Miku, začím na to. Vidíme story.
XLG, you guys are a very nice team, but I'm sorry, we're gonna prove that we're the better Ascension squad.
Jsem back. Teď se vedro jak zmrt, no vedro jak kretén, já jsem dneska byl spálovalo mě to a spálený jsem byl jak zmrt, čel mám spálený celý oči, brejle mám opálený normálně. A co složitý? Potřeba vědět, jak stojí u toho. Tak. Ne, budeme to jasný, It's gonna be alright, jako vždycky, mám vždycky pravdu přece, všechno bude fajn, a don't stress. Icebox, Haven a Pearl.
I think it's a great start to kick things off with Icebox for XLG because you're
looking at the numbers and the
big numbers being put up by their star duelist is a lot on as Jett. So to not have to go with this position that they tried in their day one against Sentinels to fight fire for fire, I feel like this is a perfect map for them to just not necessarily pug it out, but to play some very comfortable roles, use that distance and leverage Wargar to get those numbers up and that confidence for the series.
No já teď tím, jak je to horko, tak jsem dostal úplně chuť na to chodit plavat, a já se začnu chodit plavat. Zjistil jsem, že mám úplně v píči záda vzadu, trapez, jak kdyby ramena mě bolí jak zmrt. Takže to jako pomůže na to extrémně. Plus mi to udělá úplně, jako furt je jenom kardio, tak úplně budu ripped jak zmrt. A budu mít rozhybaný tělo. A ještě mi to schladí. Tu skandik, jak je. Dajte si, let's go. Kdo si nevsadí, dostane bídu. Kdo si nevsadíte, dostanete bídu.
Sova is still comfortable picks for them. We've seen what a Sova can do on his very map as well, especially in those big rounds when you have the ult up and the passive plays that you play around that Sova. And he's always going to be amazing droning for the team, rather, to allow for them to get that good space, which is why you probably trust a composition for G2 to not play a duelist, because now you're going to slow scale with the Gecko, with the Sova, trying to find that info.
And G2 is really good at that slow style, playing that control. And this is where Raga is going to need to be on his game all series, because if he is taking liberties,
jako se teda Rarga nebude hrát tak minule, no, Rarga byl minule v píči. Už se těším na ten nový akt, tak začnu hrát. Mi chybí Valorant, nečekal jsem to někdy řeknu.
He can't be doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you even look at his past career, though, he's had some experience outside of Mateo, playing a little bit of a Sova as well. He's just trying to get into that comfort pick once again. But this is a big test and a big ask for him. You're going into this.
Nevím, to nějakou KJ, asi Iceboxery. Oni hrajou Breache, já si říkám. Sage, jo. Gecko. Oni to viděli u Fnaticu, že Kajk to tam farmil, tak dali Jogema na Sage.
The thing is right now is that yes, G2 is playing composition where you're having a Sage for the plant, but Valen is playing Omen and your duelist is not really playing any duelist. So at this point you're focusing on Valen to not.
No tady chci vidět Rargu, jak to roztrhá na Jett, nebo to bude nuda. No nic, ale dejte chat. Můžete mi říct, jak jste se měli, jaký jste měli víkend, co máte v plánu dělat přes týden.
There's a certain energy in the air right now, I think. There's a certain energy because there's an elimination on the line with G2 versus XLG. Two teams that are wishing to go even further here, but one of them is going to be exiting far earlier than anticipated.
And there are so many things similar about these two teams. They're both Ascension rosters that have done so remarkably well, but teams that played the meta, who got the top seed in their region and then struggled massively in their opening match here at Toronto. And failed to hit expectations, and I think you could say that about both squads, because no one really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG.
No tak jedem start. Rarga na šerifu, klasiky. Jako hodně týmu potom, co ten Teo šel pryč z mety, tak se zhoršili, no. Který agent bude v příštím káru, ten, co bude nejvíc v komentářích. Takže jestli chceš agenta, tak tam běž napsat komentář, bro. A myslím, že už psal, ne. Asi ne, tak díkej napsat. Ježiš, noob, ale dobrý má kill. Ale jako my se blbec. To musí být faster kills, bro. Je, Jogemo defuse. Na pistolkách je broken ta piča. No, na pistolkách je ta piča broken, no. Můžu to tady zase.
This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently, both with the Gecko and now with the Sage, are focused around that retake style. Look at how much pressure the wall puts down, especially on the pistol. If you manage to save that wall for the retake on pistol, it's so difficult to get through. But keep an eye out for that once weapons come online as well. Once XLG have more ways of being able to deny. G2 played so heavily for retake against Paper Rex.
Jako s tou sejčkou to je prostě defend masterclass pistolky, jako by se sejčkou je těžký prohrát, no. Potom na to musíš vařit, ale. A oni tohle mi má vykoukaný ve Fantiku, že tam bude vařit s tou sejček. Jaká, jako bude to free pack na vipu. Defend bude easy, no, hoči bude atak.
Heavy re-exploration through mid. That's just based on the turret going down earlier on. So now that they've pulled bodies into mid, XLG are trying to find this timing to go over towards what should be a bit of a softer site.
Happyway's going to be caught in through mid. And so that Nano Swarm's okay.
Midi going down there. Look at Nano really deep over towards yellow.
See the discipline though, G2. They're not willing to give anything up. Even just slight pot shots peeking off to the side.
Clean druhý kolo, kamaráde. A vidím tam šerify, kámo, takže někdo kupuje outlaw. Přísahám bohu, že někdo z G2 kupuje outlaw.
for this squad. Expected almost to be finalists in terms of every event that they end up attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even make another grand final, another opportunity to redeem themselves after a match that I'm sure they'll believe they should have won in Bangkok. It does feel like an angry G2 though for these first
Outlaw, když tak okay, no.
But now Rifle's back online. More opportunities to crack this.
Oni si poházeli ty šerify, I see.
And the more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2 are going to play pretty soft on the sites themselves, that means that XLG should be denied these mid lurks that they appear to be looking for. As Coconut and Happyway were thinking about putting a bit of pressure mid this round. G2 have stacked 3 players over towards B. Currently clearing it out over here.
Ty vole, tak ten na té Viper musí něco uvařit.
Take that space for an AXA instead. If they go back though towards Coconut.
Just spotting the legs. Coconut is falling asleep at the wheel. Osmos is going to be calling for his team. Reinforcements arriving. This is going to be a brawl. Bit of a tussle occurring out towards B main yet somehow.
Kámo, tak co dělají? Oni u nich ví, že tam jsou a takhle jdou clearnout. Like this. Kamarádka je v píči. Radga už nikdy nebude stejný, jako byl ve Stage 1 kamarád v Číně. Už never.
Open access over towards the A side though, trying to go for that plan. Swinging to the back, Leaf lucky to be alive. Just about backs himself away here. And XLG looking like they want to fight this one forwards, not defaulting back and away, already making the necessary adjustments against the Sage pick.
Remember, you can't allow Jorgamo to get into position to just put this wall down in front of the defuse.
Darts flying sky high, face out to the side, it's G2, plenty of bodies, plenty of action, still XLG, they have those rifles, tucked up closer towards the side.
Kámo, co dělá?
Beaver dropped, and Middy's next, it leaves it all just down a Happyway. It's Snappy. Does he need a bit more where that came from as well? Damage has definitely been done as well. Tucked to the side though, 28 HP. Is it enough to work with? Tap it on and running him down. Time is up.
Kámo, ty XLG dostali zaplaceno taky rakety, aby mi 2 z nich vyfly v jednom kole takhle.
XLG put a round on the board. A Red Bull clutch in the end from Happyway. The sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this roster, that has a weight of a region on their shoulders. I guess up until the point the Wolves turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happyway's been excellent though. And he delivers for them once more. But their economy is going to be shattered.
A Outlawek už vidím. A oni ví, proto koupili Guardian.
Round again for XLG.
Jonah P just making sure to deal with a lot of that early util. G2 open up with the slow orb up towards top. Now the drone as well. Mo going exploring. There's a re-swing off to the side. And adjustments necessary. Calm, steady aim in the end.
It's always G2 driving the action here. They fought over towards B in the previous round. Now they're fighting towards A, and it just drives XLG into the opposite site. XLG need to find some way of disrupting the tempo. And the plant denied.
I mean, another one was dead, they just sent the spike into his death.
Kámo, tak to bude 2-0 jak blbec. Tohle bude 2-0 jak blbec. A hodně rychlá imo. Jestli budou ty XLG hrát takhle dál, tak literally přijeli na international event, aby si tam odehrali 20 kol svých winů. Do piče. No nějaký bingo. Ne. To není. Oj. Tady ho zatím máte takhle.
Monster play from Leaf. Perfect at reading the timing. And there is a safety policy. But G2 have been in complete control.
Valen měl jen 3Kčko, čus chleba.
Is forcing XLG into really predictable reactions. G2's game plan could roughly be summarized as we'll fight on one side of the map, we'll play retake on the other. And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's, you know, a nano swarm in this round, and suddenly XLG are slow. The reaction's not quite as fast as they would want. They can't take deep space on site. And they're already taking
timeout.
And I think
ale teď máme první timeout od XLG. Teď máme.
Coach Foyer has got to get some more ideas into this squad. They've got to find ways of disrupting the game plan from G2. And they've also got to find ways of getting Raga online. This guy, when you look at the stats coming into the event, you can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region.
Máme jedno, už máme jedno.
Have you been seeing what Wolves have been doing in this event?
It's not an argument anymore.
I mean, you know, there is some level of an argument, but Raga has been dominant domestically inside China. Absolutely tearing
jako Raga je tam trál v Číně, ale jakmile už není Čína, tak už vždycky Taylor, jo, vždycky měl Teja a Breache, tak bohužel no.
In a different meta, having to make a roster change right before this tournament, removing one of those initiator players and subbing in a player who can't communicate as well in English, which this roster, in case you're unaware, is a blend of English and Mandarin in terms of their communication.
Oni mluví anglicky a zároveň mandarinsky, kamaráde, mezi sebou, tak to je halus.
We're seeing that, I think, in terms of the reflection. I mean, Raga's been putting his body on the line numerous times. Normally, the setup goes the other way. Everything's being invested to make sure that he is empowered and has a great game.
Jak tam petuje?
But yeah, when I was watching XLG play previously against Sentinels, he was running in first as Neon, looking to get traded. That's not the guy that I was watching in China.
That's an eco round for now for XLG. Whatever was called into the timeout, adjustments to be made. Probably going to be taken into account a little bit later on.
Se divím, že jako místo toho, když jim to takhle vycházelo, tak se prostě nerozhodli třeba vymyslet něco zajímavějšího, třeba pro toho Rargu, že by mu dali teda Breache místo vole tady Sovu, píču místo Geka, víš co. Kdyby vařil nějaký úplně zajímavý tým, ať prostě setupujou s Breachem. Když už mají týpka, co jim takhle vaří a vycházelo jim to na double initiator kompu, tak teď mají double jako initiator, ale byl zvyklý Teo Breach, byl zvyklý na Teo Breach.
Purely overwhelming. This is a G2 team. They've come here to play. They want no early exit.
Dá to říct, kámo. Zatím v pitch.
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position, whack down the wall, and it makes those postmans really tough if you're planning to play away from the spike to any degree. And then if you're forced to play on-site, you're going to get hit by stuff like the Paranoia. Now this round, G2 have Sova ult for plant denial. Killjoy ult for retake. It only gets more difficult.
Hi, Izrael Martina na YouTube chat banging.
One away from a variety of ultimates here. XLG could build towards them. Still have the Thrash as well in their back pockets.
A pozor, oni vie.
Did they get the retract?
Táta, ty vieš.
I think that's broken. Sound like it was broken.
It was definitely aiming to be retracted, but it did make the sound line as if it was.
Jak jsem vůbec? Já jsem fajn, kámo, jsem třeba 8. Jsem třeba 8. Kdo tady lurkujete? Koukáte na e-sport? Let me know. Zatím kdo je real? A chilluje tu. Já jdu dovnitř, hezky dronovačka, tady co? To je dobré.
He just whiffs it.
You can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly.
Oh my god.
Just sees the ponytail of Jorgamo. And now they're making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted. Was backing away as well.
To je over úplně, kámo, ty co vytvářej. Těch 8 z 10. Jako XLG jsou fakt, že piči, bro. Co děláš, už to dohrál, kámo. Jedna ve 4, Sova ult, přesně.
But look at this game plan, I love it. You've got Coconut.
To bylo tak dobrý, stačilo, aby týpek swingnul a zabil Sage a vyhrál skoro. Trent hraje literally na podložce, kámo, za 2 kila. Na disku Quick, co má stojí 300. Třeba tam něco hledat, borci.
And right now G2 have come with anger, fury, a determination to win.
XLG, no respite for them. Knocked down to this lowers, and they unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it at this point in the year. It does look like G2, but you know, if they lose this match, then suddenly all of those narratives get flipped on their head entirely.
Gone. Yeah.
It's a very different crop of teams that we've got here compared to Bangkok.
Waiting for the next round.
Rolo. To je taky v píči, kámo, oni když byla stage 1, tak všichni týmy hráli, že jo, Teo Breach, prostě vždycky furt Teo, a před Masters to dostalo nerv ten Teo a ty týmy to museli změnit, kámo, to je halus. A třeba G2 jako byli fakt dobrý s tím tém, to využívali fakt dobře, a XLG taky, no, právě.
Couldn't be precise with the aim.
Enemy down.
And if you need, I mean, listen, we're watching it live in real time, but if you needed any more ideas about how one-sided this has been so far, just look at the KDs of some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
Leaf's 11-1, Jorgamo's 9-1, Trent's 7-1. 3 of them have only died 1 time.
To se mě ani nezabijí, kámo, ty XLG, to je halus.
Didn't have a great showcase in their last game. Sitting at the top now, and business is booming. Money in the bank is brimming, almost at cap here for G2.
And G2 have actually changed it up slightly. They're playing on with their Killjoy utility.
No, Radga entry aspoň něco vidím.
He's going to be punished for it.
Ty bych se chtěl boostnout.
Wait a minute.
He's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Biding his time as well. Okay, drone broken.
Nemají vůbec confidence, nemají no. Nemají vůbec confidence a hlavně prostě hrajou úplně jako... Hrajou úplně... No comment. No, Radga se aspoň snaží trošku něco brát, ale kámo. Ale G2 teď přecítili rotate. G2 teď přecítili rotate. Ale oni mají na retake, kámo, sova ulti. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Čenka přinesla toasty. Moc brzo fajtíš, kámo, když je tam ta Viper vola, přes tu nepůjdou, tak počkej prostě, nebo počkej přesně něčeho víc. Jo, tahle ulti není totiž broken. Kámo, Jogemo, co uvařil, kámo? You guys see it. You guys see it.
High for G2.
What a beautiful play from Jorg. That's absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top, and then he hops up, drops behind players he knows are going to take a timing. That's not just a must-win round for XLG, that's one that you really can't lose.
No tak to je
inside the Viper's pit. Still double ults to be able to work with. I know. They could have still had people dropping back and at least using Thrash in that situation. But they believed in the ults and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7-1.
Pijete sladký pití nebo jenom vodu, chat?
G2 ulted their own as well. Pit down over towards B. Removes one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now they've been breaking the turret up through mid quite often, so Leaf has been forced to adjust.
What a W, bow.
I mean, it looks at the moment like we're going to get Happy Way into position over towards pipes.
Já jsem člověk, co pil jenom sladký pití dřív, teď se chce naučit jako pít hodně vodu. Teď vypiju tak skleničku vody. Ale tohle má 2 litry. A chtěl bych vypít tohle 2krát za den. Jsem autistik, jak jdeme. Nepříjemný vždycky. Ještě klamzy jsem. Ještě do toho. To je za spíči. Perverno. Teďku zvonkali zále to... Ty perlivou, to mě teda víc baví neperlivá, když už voda. Jako... Soudas. Jedině jako perlivý. Nebo jako hlavně perlivý, jo. Naučil jsem se pít jako ty bezcukrový a naučil jsem se pít aspoň ty bezcukrový. Ale chci vypít vodu, že mezi breakem si půjdu dát vodu, ale mě jakoby nebaví pít jenom ta voda. Takže si tam dám nějaký mražený ovoce, asi, aby to chutnalo jinak, nebo nějaký citron, nebo něco si tam dám. A potřebuji vypít aspoň 2 tajsty denně. Já budu úplně goat, já budu pít vodu, 4 litry vody denně, začnu chodit plavat, kamaráde, já budu ryb. A ještě do toho chodím do gymu. Kámo, give mi půl roku. Ale citronem je goated, já už jsem to dřív, no to je fakt dobrý. Tam jde jenom o to, aby ta voda měla trošku nějakou příchuť něčeho a pak ji můžu, kámo, úplně. Jak to nemá bublinky, tak to můžeš, kámo, úplně natankovat do sebe, chápeš? Ale vodu s bublinkama, ty perlivou, to se mi strašně nedá pít. Ale se soda s bublinkama je banger. Chápeš nějaké, tak Coca-Cola bez bublinek bych se zbláznil. Nějakou přijde bublinky a to jen nevypiju. Nepiješ vodu bez bublinek? A jako nechutná ti to, nebo prostě jakoby it doesn't go down, it doesn't go down. Tak je pije furt jenom vodu, podle je mega ick. Jako mě taky vůbec na to. Mě to strašně jakoby, nedá se pít? Mně se to prostě nedá pít. Jak je to perlivý, ta voda, nemá to žádnou příchuť, tak jak kdybych pil jenom ty bublinky si přijdu. Jak kdybych pil vzduch. Je prostě eko, když je to 8-1, kámo, to je úplně. Perlivá je better. Vůbec. Ní šance.
It's hard to watch in some ways, to be honest, at this point, G2.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps. Blinded up onto the two of them. XLG stepping up. They need a few stray shots.
Ty magnesky. Jajs. A ty červený. Midi. Modrý. Ale ty nemají cukr, ne? V sobě ty modrý. Oj! Ty modrý sobě nemají cukr, ne? Prostě magneska. A ty červený jsou mají ochucený s cukrem. Yes. No to já třeba vůbec nepiju ty modrý. Mě magneska strašně nechutná. Vždycky jsem pil jenom tu červenou. Párkrát jsem si jakoby dal tu modrou magnésku. To pomáhá na křeče svalový. A jako ty, to je prostě perlivá voda, piju vzduch.
G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces. Even the more creative stuff is getting utterly dismantled.
Jsem se nejvíc naučil taky pít aspoň ty nesazený verze, no.
XLG as they head over towards B. Can they at least apply a curse? I mean, a 9-3 maybe.
My víme, ty to ráda tvrdí.
They need anything they can get.
Tvrdá voda, voda.
I don't think Midi has used the thrash all game. Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people, get into deep positions on the sides?
Já se snažím běhat sladkým pitím, to je dobře, no. 7 kilo nepotřebuji nabrat sladkým mrtkem, přesně. Já jsem byl i strašně bloated, když jsem pil hodně sladký a žral taky ty to pití dělalo hodně. Bublinky a sladký pití mi dělalo strašně bloated. A ještě jsem se cítil. Kámo, ty kola nejsou ani tak blízko, že bych se na to mohl jako si říct, že damn, máme tady prostě kolo aspoň, ty kolo nějaký zajímavý. Úplně přes. Jsem se snažil, kámo, 16. Bublinkový pití, nejístolik bublinkový pití. Fakt. Dobře, že plná toho vzduchu těch bublinek, že jo? To by teda jako by to dávalo smysl. Když plná to vzduchu těch bublinek. No a to já jsem právě byl taky plný vzduchu a měl jsem svojím čas břicha úplně bloated jak kreten. Tak jsem se pak naučil čím méně jako bublinek a i necukru. Co to kurva? Co kurva? To sladkýho, chápu no. Co to kurva bylo?
10-1 here, G2. One more round. What's left here in the first half of Icebox?
And you're going up against the operator on one side, the outlaw on the other. 3 players on light armor. And a half that looks unrecoverable.
Jiggle Jorgamo. Sole defender over towards A. Many angles of which he can be spotted. And yes, he is plucked out of the picture.
Pays a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now, Jorgamo dead, that means no Sage Wall to be able to get that easier diffuse off. So a lot of it's around the smokes.
Paranoia is perfect. Raga, that's instinctual. Right click with
full
a
blind
all the way up and through. Finally though, dismissed and dealt with.
No, konečně kolo, kámo. To vypadá normálně. No, banger. Let's go, 10-2. Jsem měl hru 31-18 loss, potom že 5-20 byl to aspoň win. Děval už dlouho nehrál, já ho nehrál třeba měsíc a těším se, kámo. Připravte se, že až bude nový akt, tak bude hodně Valorantu. Actually se těším na Valorant, kámo, Valorant mi chybí. Doufám, že budete koukat, až budu hrát hodně Valorant.
I think have come into this with a lot of anger after losing 2-0 as the #1 seed from Americas.
You can say I'm happy sad. I'ma miss the time that we never had. Wishing that you told me you were down bad. Hard to remember what we used to have. What we used to have, yeah. Oh, doesn't even matter, yeah. Oh, you're always trying to fight it, yeah. Oh, but the truth don't matter, yeah. Oh, I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more. No, how did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more. No, how did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell them. I don't tell them. I don't tell them. I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell them. I don't tell them.
Well, this has been a brutal slapping around here from G2. I mean, a team that wanted to get onto the right foot now that they've been dropped down into the lowers and can't really ask for a better first half in this matchup here against XLG. Here's your Coinbase Econ report.
And look at Leaf. I mean, he has had a spectacular resurgence. These are the kind of games that he loves, where he can just run around on defense, take the timings, push out, abuse the lurker on the other side.
Řekl jsem, že to udělám tak, jak to udělám, a tak bych to plal ty jahody, ne? Tak to bude banger. Já se dostal do CSK znova. Ty jsi dostal do CSK? Jo? Hraješ CSK? Jak ti to jde? Vibe bych to. Kdyby to byl ven, tak to asi losnu. Ale to je klasika přece. Tak se prohrávají hry, kde má člověk dobrý skóre a vyhrávají se hry, kde má člověk na píču, to je klasa. Sora, proč prohrávám hry, kde mám 5 kg a vyhrávám ty, kde mám 30? Který mám pokud je taká elo, tak teď ty hraješ matchmaking, kámo, tak se. Proč hraješ matchmaking? Když někdo hraje CSK a řekne mi pak, že hraje matchmaking, tak to je, kdyby mi řekl, že hraje Valorant a řekl mi, že hraje jenom deathmatch. Tak by se play. Takhle pistol můžu na timeoutu třeba kouknout mezi hrama, klidně. Pistolky, jestli XLG chtějí něco vařit, tak teď, kámo, je time. Teď je, kámo, time. Ale budou hrát retake na A. Proti Sage Wall, to je bolest. Dobrá.
Rapid approach. This is from the flank, and it's all going to be heard and received by Trent. Surely going to be common. He's just holding for any extra element that might be coming out through that one, and he's still tucked, so he is safe in this possible position, and now sees it off to the side. That's just the classic in hand. Raga has been dealt with, taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back here, and losing control to the flank. The players are dropping like flies.
XLG bez farmili,
Not sure which way they wanted to look. Barrel sticking out, man is not for coconuts. Just rips the head straight out of the shoulders, a trend, a pistol round win for XLG.
I said to keep
Tohle byl dobrý comeback.
As we head into this half.
To nebyly mimo teammatey, ale když někdo jde i na tvoji šach, ty se objímají v mainu, tak nevím. Šaša! Nějaký šach se tam objímal asi. Hele, ale pozor. Určitě neviděl Jett guy, co jsem vydal na YouTube.
They need a bit more of that. Keep the energy up, spirits need to be lifted.
Most of the time lidi jsou jebnutý, ale spoustukrát člověk jde prostě moc dopředu, když není chance. Potřebuje clove guard, děkuji, musí napsat komentář na clove. Příští video prosím clove, soRa, a já budu jako OK, jdeš do countu. Postavěčka to tam bude nejvíckrát, tak na to bude guide. Takže je to na vás. Když si chcete guide na vašeho agenta, tak já to tak říkám. Když chcete tam napsat komentář, jaký agenta chcete a ten tam bude nejvíckrát, tak na toho udělám guide. On zrovna potká týpka prostě takhle. Armorem. Teď už to nebude.
That little play where Jorgamo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes essentially Raga's shots. And the rest of the players with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank. He's running the Sage tank build. He's designed to just absorb Outlaw shots and let the rest of his team trade him out. A beautiful idea to counter the Outlaw, which itself was supposed to be a counter to the Stinger force buy. And G2, they're back in the ascendancy.
I mean, he didn't buy a weapon last round, it was just a full armor and a classic.
Yeah, he knew what his job was.
Yeah. And just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it does appear to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the backboard here, Leaf. Might be getting pressured at a moment's notice, backs himself away to
Bude bouřka, Jett.
Safer position.
Se bojím.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A, are not really rotating defensive players around to try to catch G2 where they might be. Instead, looking to push out. This could be a clash, because G2, Valiant is calling for them to go back into this site.
Yep. That's a deep drone, though. That was going to be offloaded nice and close, so G2 are aware that they pushed up deep.
Dvě věci by mi pomohly, abych se nebál. Jedna z toho by byl crashnutí mojí hlavy, abych neslyšel tu bouřku, a druhá věc bylo, že by si někdo koupil sáp. Nebo dal gifted. Takže chat. Na to říct. Jestli mi chcete udělat dobře, víte jak na to.
When you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working.
Bude troška taky za chvilku. Bude aspoň čistý vzduch. Už je fakt horko.
Second forwards, Raga, cheeky with the shot. The flash does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2, watching up through, just spots it, and okay. Scope is optional, at least for Leaf now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted up onto this position. Catching it, and you never expect this one. You never expect it at all. Sprayed down.
Ahoj Zojko. What's up, man? Jak na co potřebuji, guys? Jak clearnout na splitu z midu a heaven.
To try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out.
Dělám piruetky. Jako já taky milu vedro. A musel jsem věšet zasraný hodiny. Jaj, a jak to dopadlo? Dověsil jsi?
They came into this so hyped up. The adrenaline was at a max for G2. When they won the pistol at the very beginning, they were losing it.
All laughs now, though.
Or was it round 3? Anyway, whenever they won that first round.
Oh, there's just nothing going right.
12-3 prostě. Na 13, nějaký bych se kvůli tomu jak zavěsil.
The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous round, now they've gone over to B.
Když se dostane Steven, to tam už pak záleží, no, hodně. Ale když někdo koupí sáp, tak já to pak ukážu. Za sáp vám ukážu, jak to jednou. A o půlce, nebo mezi hrama. Takže musíš vybrat sáp. Bloodborne na PC, jaký banger fakt.
Rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them on Icebox.
A to je dobrý, já budu dělat. Když někdo chcete přímo guide tady rychle najít na streamu, kupte sáp a já vám to budu dělat. A Jog je moje zvíčí, kámo, klidný. Whatever, no.
Icebox is going to be sealed up here for G2.
Very businesslike from the #1 seed from Americas. They come in.
No nic.
Get the job done.
To jsi goat, kámo.
Next map, Haven.
Jsi goat, kámo. Druhá mapa. No. Druhá mapa je Haven. To si goat, to jako čumem. A ten klipík, jo, kouknutí. Vole. Vždycky je strašně nahlas ten medal, nebo mě jenom jebe prostě. Jaj, to je nějaký Čech, co tam brečí v chatu. Čech nebo Slovák, co tam brečí. To poslyším. Kámo, tak to nemůže být někdo, kdo není z Eastern European. Takovýhle hlas. Sázky chat, sázky na další hru.
Why are you following me? Go away!
To je s písničkama, to je v píči. To nikdy nebude zóna, to je v kurvě.
Už jsem to piknout nemohla.
Dobrý. Nic. Tak tady už je, ježmara, tak tady, co to kurva bylo?
Už jsem to piknout nemohla.
Tak tady úplně nejhorší věc, co jsem viděl. Nerozhodnost at its finest. Čím to není? Využívání abilitek level 0. Úplně tlaky mi to dělá. Tak ty kokot. Prohra. No, dám ti rychlou radu. 5Kčko dobrý, bez zakončení, ale jakoby to nemá hodnotu. Ale jinak dobrý. Ale tady i v pohodě, víš co, 1v2, musíš běžet rychle, 20 vteřin, jako aspoň se koukáš tam, kde to tak nějak může být, to je v pohodě. Ale co je toto? Že normálně uděláš tak, jestli to normálně obejdeš, že týden. Ne, týden. Místo jít rovnou sem za to, nebo jít doleva, nebo kamkoliv, tak normálně takový oblouček uděláš, co ti zabere normálně, že vteřin navíc. A pak používej trošku víc ability, asi fajn. Podsvěnuji sami můj komentář pod nový video, OK. Když jste neviděl nový video, tak tady. Zojko, ty máš nějaký ten, třeba protože jsme ve family? Má to nový video, běž tam napsat komenty. Jako skončené takhle pala, jako proč, jak je to ranked, double video dík bro. To je ranked. A o peníze nepřicházíš. Takže v pohodě, není čas, není důvod se klepat. A jo, vlastně tenhle account nemáme family. se často opakuje, já jsem polajkoval. Nová Sky, Chamber, Omen, Chamber, Cypher, Sova, Omen, Fate, ISO, Sova, Omen, Chamber, Omen, Sova, Guide na Neon, Sovu, Omen, Clove nebo Omen, KO, Omen, Chamber, Yoru, Clove, Omen, Guide Nastru, Yoru, Reyna, ISO, Cypher, Race, Clove, Gecko, Fate, Cypher, Teo, Race, Vice, Reyna, Race, Omen,
So no Teho today. Valen said there might be Teho.
To vypadá zatím na Omena.
Maybe there's Teo, maybe there's not Teo. But you know, we'll wait and see.
As always, thank you.
G2 have finally picked up their first map win here, Masters Toronto. I'm your host and I'm back here once again, joined by Mimi and
Zatím je to stejný.
I didn't even get a chance to eat my lunch and it was over.
Okay.
Yep, that game was insanely fast. This was like
OK. To je nějaký lektor, ne, tak jakoby to je, mám nasvícený. To má voda, ale mám v tom jahody, ne? Takej ryb budu, kamaráde. Vidíš to rameno. Tak tady pak budu sedět úplně. Nařachaný. Jak mám ramena? Nezapomeňte si koupit coaching jak Fate Gouti, to formě z Joey, to si myslí, že jsem bot. Asi jako jo, zkus z jinýho účtu. Dlouho nekapá uhry ze stresu. Čak, přesně. Teď tím, že se formě teď hrou main, jako jestli nehraješ čas Valorant, tak to je tím, to je prostě, když tu hru nehraješ furt, tak potom se dostaneš do situací, jakoby stresových, nějaký klače takový a jak člověk není ustojit, tak se prostě bude klepat, no. Ale čím víc tu hru hraješ, čím víc v těch situacích seš, tak pak už ti to je úplně jedno. Tolikrát jsem byl v 1v3, že mi to je úplně jedno. Tolikrát jsem byl v 1v5, co chápeš.
It's not necessarily just on the sage that's easy to plant with, easy to diffuse with, but also bringing the Omen out instead of that Jett. So to really allow for them on
nový komentář nějaký. Příští videjko rozhodně Omenos. Ale dostaneš hned like. Vidíčko. Když na mě Irl kouká, co se to prostě v té hře leknu. Když se klepe, když stojím se vedle ní a koukám se na ní, když se tam kliká něco na meči.
One ways on your A retakes, it is great as well. I love this comp pivot from G2.
And it helps
that they
got
okay.
almost all of the first kills too.
Yes, they absolutely stole this in this way. What XLG does
na desku, Ioriel, bingo.
With a solo lurk elsewhere on the map, and G2 put a huge priority on having mid-round walk-ups, clear out these lurkers, and kill them. The two lurkers, the Killjoy and the Viper, were 0 and 5 in first kills in that first half. Your lurkers cannot be dying first that often. G2 absolutely punished them.
And you weren't playing like a G2 Sage comp to or Sage wall to really block out like one extremity, for example.
XLG Max 5 na první mapě. No? Jo. To taky, XLG Max 5. Jo, teď taky vidím. Měli 3 jenom, no.
When he wants to play an aggressive defense, there's something going wrong here for XLG not being able to, you know, eliminate the utility on the side of G2.
Yeah, I think they needed to play a little bit more passive, a bit more contained for XLG. Their comp is actually really good at kind of re-clearing into space, but I feel like they rushed into some of those lurks and lost players on it so many rounds.
Pero se hraje, tím pádem musel dostat. Musí vidět, ne?
Yeah, because we're moving on to G2's map pick, Vansili, Haven being up next. This is gonna
XLG je zabanoval Lotus, klasiky, no. XLG to byl ty, co zabanovali.
You remember the G2 composition that used to, you know, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack and the lurks that he could do here when they're playing a 3-side map and, you know, trying to force these rotates out from your opponents. So if you're going back to that type of play style for G2, it could still be very strong.
Yeah, and you can do a couple different things on this map. You can also just 1-for-1 the Sova into their comp and stick with that Yoru. You could go to a Neon look instead as well. Jaw's great there. So they have a lot
na první mapě.
But I definitely would love to see another double controller comp.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what's going on in the camp of XLG. So let's send it down to Jen with Coach Havoya.
Takhle to máme.
Here with Havoya next to me now, Coach. Midi picking up an agent that he's never
played with the team
before. A bold move given the short notice. So what compelled you to do it?
Já mám zpět dia v Apexu, jdeš pro Master. Já jsem jakoby měl docela chuť, mám týpka jako, co hraje Apexy, říkal, že hraje, tak mi to hned vždycky, když o tom někdo mluví, tak mi to dalo chuť, ale pak mi to vždycky vezme, protože Apexy jsou strašně kontroler prostě based a na kontrolu tě tam ty lidi beamujou jak dement. Jestli to neopravili, tak jakoby proto jsem to nikdy tak tomu zase nedostal zpátky. Protože já nebudu hrát proti týpku, co má beam na kontroleru s same asistem. Teda to je moc rychlý, Zojko, teda to je moc rychlý, ale ty... Zojko, kolik je, Mare, ty vždycky, že to je na mě moc rychlý, na to jsem moc starý, však tu by není 42. Ten s shoutout Radkem, 20, ale jsem stařec, kámo. To je furt same, no, tak to bych dostal strašnou výletního nebe. Ten polovičně jak huňáč. No, a to už jako by si, ale reakce v píči. A víte, že reakce se dají vybudovat. Když je to hratelný a na diaroleři je to pain. Věřím, no. A musíš mít fakt dobrý mouse and keyboard aim. Třeba jako máme, jo, ale potřeba bych třeba 2 lidi, co mají stejný mouse and keyboard aim jako já, aby jsme se jako dostávali vejš. A huňáč hned, tak ty zmrde. Tak ty zmrde a máš ban u mě. Ahoj, Jetku, jak je man? Věřím, mám pro tebe a chat překvapení videjko. OK, let's go. Pomlouváte nic? Co speedrun, jak jsi na tom? What they're hovering. This is similar to what teams like Gen G have been bringing out, and I think it's super strong. The way this comp works is because you're playing that Yoru, you can drop a flash agent, just have the scout initiator. Ale Jogemo Yoru pick do binga hned, já tady rozdělávám ty jahody v tom. Kluka, teď máme ahoj. Gole.
And kick things off on the defensive side, it is going to be difficult here for SLG to get map control early.
Raga didn't have the double initiators.
To začíná srát, a tak jako tam je to hodně volaků, nebo jenom píči, nebo jenom pure skill. Tak tam máš lak na ten seed, ne?
Well, we need to see a step up here from XLG and playing against G2. Not letting their foot off the gas one bit. Change up in the compositions.
Že pak to dojebu, no. Ale já začnu hrát Balorem od nového aktu, man. Tam měl víc hrát rankedy. Tam máš ty rankedy, že tam je to čistě skill. Aha, to je dobrý. Nevím, jak má Godsiri, tam to je nesmí posrat. A tak to musíš mít win po každý, ne? Tam jde jenom o to, jak rychle ho dokážeš udělat. Jakože win po každý, jako čusem ty. Tam už to jdeš o vteřiny. Tak máš vždycky stejný seed, ne? Ale hraješ na B1, jo, proti týpkovi, co vaří stejně jak ty, na stejném seedu. Prostě kdo to jakoby skillově uvaří rychlejc. A stejný dropy, tak to je halus, to je dobrý. A všechno. Kolik lidí už si porazil? Kámo, XLG clean pistolky, ani hovno. Na to mě baví koukat. Hodně porazilo mě. Zajímavý. A to nevím, jestli mě pobavilo. Já jsem zášel jako štíp, než bych nikdy nechci. Já mi zapně full, jo, sorry, jsem zapomněl. Predicted jak píča, bavilo. Když jsem to neskusil, tak nemůžu říct.
But despite doing damage, they couldn't actually finish off a kill. And XLG turned the fight on them. Let's go! XLG previously were running the breach version of this composition. Very similar.
Co máme za ranky? To má huňáč.
Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really done that. empowered their star
To je
player.
průměr zhruba gold. OK.
Big group pump. Discipline going to be required here when you're clearing out towards a lobby. XLG making moves towards it, but they're just contacting the barrel. Might just be sticking out towards the side and expected here by Raga.
Best start that he's
Oni
had in the
začínají
match.
hrát. Pogis.
4-1.
Beginning. Heads just poking. Up over towards the top of that ledge. Happy to pop them and leave. Last one left standing. Not for much longer. 2-0 beginning here for XLG. This is what they needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
And to get some belief too.
Yeah.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on ice
To jako.
It does make some
No,
sense.
jedem.
They're a team that's had to undergo
Sázky, chat, sázejte.
roster change coming into Masters
I vy, co lurkujete sázky, kdo myslíš sázky. Když v Goldfield, co má PB 12, tak moc neuvaříš. God damn. Thank you.
13-6, 13-6. This is the first time
Yes.
it really feels like they've got their feet underneath them. Smoke up towards Bricks, pushes Trent back, taking a bit of short and long control. No immediate reaction.
To je moc nelíbí ten tým, co mají G2.
XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
Taking a bit of A-long control. Giving it up now. Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf. Flash and a drone up and over. As the Thorn's dead, a bit of spam for the wall. Yeah, it's not going to be saving you from much here. Raga is off to an absolute heater. Beginning here of Haven.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards the seaside of the map because he's pushed up and got good information.
Ooh.
It's allowing them to stack 3 players over here towards A.
To, co jsem vám vysvětloval v Jett Guide, tak tady teď týpek dělá na Jurovi, viděli jste to? Prostě nepušnul to dozad, ani rychle nerotatnul, jenom držel space a držel info. A jeho tým rotatnul ve 3 na A. Kámo. I pro playeři to tady dělají, to co vám říkám v guidách. Co jsem přišel, Čusadex, o co jsi přišel? Že XLG dostali přes na první mapě, kámo. 13-3. LPP. Už vidím Emu.
Ready to explode. They spotted it, just trying to see if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines. XLG not willing to get them too easily. Still, too much to overcome. And heads are rolling. G2.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Slightly better weaponry, slightly poor crosshair placement from Happyway in his position at the back of the B site. No util for either team. And G2's coordination makes the difference. That could be an opportunity for XLG to win a really big bonus. They got themselves in a nice spot. Opening pick, an avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge.
Kámo, my to mám tak rozházený to bingo look. To literally není šance, že ho dáme někde, mi přijde. Unbelievable, Jogemo Ace a Valin 4K. Ale to by mohlo spadnout, on dá Ace, bude to Unbelievable. A pak ještě dá Valin 4K. Nejsledovanější klip, jo, jsem... Jakoby na ten stream koukal někdo jiný než ty, anebo můj AI bot, který se jmenuje Gavery, normálně moje pana. AI, musí za to zaplatit. Má soRa bot? Nevím. Týpci, co to dělali, tak to na chvíli jako turnli off, že to jako upravujou, takže až to se nahodí, tak já to se nahodím. Dneska jsem Gavery koupil šatičky, real. A slušejí. Tam rozmazlou. Body buddying, chápeš? Body buddying. Body a body.
Now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
Smoke. Placed down here by XLG, looking to hopefully get a few more. Happyway. It's called Trent. Stepping straight back up.
Happyway, pozor.
XLG kick the doors down over towards A and they're going to cause G2 to scurry their way around.
To je takhle vypnul s Marshallem oba? Hey, god damn.
Value from Happyway. They're picking up these guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is Jonah P stalling this one out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded. The damage on the Happyway Pry is enough to try and stop him.
Jaj. Oni šli tak pomalu, kámo.
You gotta try and do the most out of the XLG. Rifles there, but lined up for Lee.
Kámo, ty XLG jsou úplně debilové, já nevím, jak už to popsat. Ty seš 5v3 a trvá ti normálně 25 vteřin jít na to Ačko, zastaví tě tam Viper a ty ne, aby si freeznul klidu a pak to tam třeba naběh 5v3 do toho sajtu a rozjebal je. Ty tam jdeš po jednom, jeden sám na short, jeden sám proti do sajtu, zbytek je vzadu, kámo, úplně hovno. Jako ty uňal, skoro to jsem hledal. Pane bože. Pane bože. Kámo, to je otřes. Otřes, co vidím. To kámo, když si vzpomenu, jak jsme hráli my v Itálii, kamaráde, tak to můj coach ze mě nejenom ze mě, ale z toho týmu to musel být na větvi, kámo. To jsme museli být, že já byl v sajtu a zbytek na spawnu. Ty kokot.
I think they actually might want to play a bit slower though too. I think that's probably what Voya might be discussing with them here, is that you don't have to rush a spot like that. You actually could have gone and retrieved the weapons in long and short, and then
to co říká i Caster. Se já race pro tým. Ale kdybych to tady mohl jít znova celý od začátku, tak tomu jsme řekli hrát race. Tak místo toho, abych řekl, že i hrát nebo že mi nejde prostě, a že ji neumím. Tak bych si dával instalog only race, kámo, v rankedu a odehrál bych za ní jenom hry, jenom, co, jak bych hrál jenom race, bych se jí naučil. Teď bych to bral jinak. Jsem vyspěl v tom.
They are potentially facing into the operator though. Jorgamo's picked this one off. He's got it facing towards C right now, but could easily swing towards garage.
The one gate crash available in through spawn. That's his get out of jail card.
Jsem byl moc stanovežen na svůj playstyle, což nebylo dobře. Ale chápu, proč si nechtěl, jakoby já jsem nechtěl, protože jsem věděl, že na Jett se potahám. Aspoň se něco vyhraje. A I will look good, takže všichni, kámo, tam není nic špatného na tom. Ale jako whatever.
Like you said, Jorgamo's now no longer on C with the operator.
Are they still going to commit to A?
They've got all options open.
What is the call that they're making? They had players ready to go into a potential C split.
Oni měli prostě problém s tím, že chtějí vyhrávat jako tým a že nechtějí, abych je jenom tahal. Což jakoby mě to docela jakoby dojebalo a whatever.
Trent's pushed out into the open, but with that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, short is on lockdown. Flash dodged up and over towards the top in supplementary. Util, and it's a scramble, a mad dash from XLG.
Fuh, kámo, to je jízda.
G2 with this new composition
idiot.
And a ton of ideas of how they want to play it on the A site. We already saw Jonah in one of the previous rounds lock it down. This time you got Jorg sending a cute little flash up and over the top.
Kolikátýho končí tenhle akt ve Valorantu? Na konci měsíce? Protože začíná novej takhle. Zkusím říct, kolikátýho začíná novej. 20 dní určitě ne, kam. 10, no to už dává číslo.
Cute ideas. G2 get 4 in a row. Knocking XLG's economy down once again. And Happyway, if he tries to take space.
Oh, straight to the dome. Call it overkill.
To se přepsal. Zatím konec. OK.
Oh, I mean, what? That one's supposed to be. You gotta get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if morale is not in the bin already,
nothing's perfect.
I don't know where it is.
That was perfect.
That's a brutal one.
I know that they're having comms issues, but
what in the hell is happening there?
Get Sean on speed dial. I mean, show us this. What's going on here?
On trefil klona.
No, that's a brutal one. We've been there. We've all been there.
Sova utility does interact with your own team's clowns.
We learned that the other day.
Yeah, you can shoot a recon on top of its head if you want, but I mean, you can also
Choose
shoot a
vibes,
shock
jaké man. Nemá jo, to je docela chill coach. Ten už jakoby ví, že on ví, že hraje proti lepšímu týmu, který tě teď přejede a už jakoby to neřeší, si myslím. Tak, kámo. Desky, nesky. To ty, já jsem vám dobře, kámo. Jak nádherně to hrajou spolu ty G2, kámo. XLG jsou úplně v píči. To nechápu, jak v té Číně mohlo být top 1, ale jakoby... To je meta, no. Byla to meta, no.
But I think the round should just be dead. I mean, the spike is surrounded by G2 players.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just happy way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
yeah, I mean, what can you do in this spot?
It's
It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off? Beautiful ideas, though, again from G2. They're so aware of the breach ult that is out here for XLG. They break the Omen ultimate, or at least
no weighing.
for it to get cancelled. And then
Tady se tím musím zase, kamo, já jsem na posledním bossovi. Jsem na něm dal už 40 pokusů. Protože ty Vadek, co na něj šel, tak na ně, to je poslední, no já jsem na posledním. Vadek, co na něj šel, tak Kaštan měl víc attack power než já, protože zabil hodně side bossů. A měl 10 flašek, já jich mám 5, kámo. Já mám 5 flašek. Poslední pán, jak já je last. Týpek se změní jakoby na... Ale to je ten týpek ze začátku. Úplně. A z něj vyrost ten dědek, co tam teďka chcípnul. Takže by to dávalo smysl, jakože... To je ten last. Normálně ten Mortal Bite. Měl to je ten last, no. Není monstrum, to vůbec nevím. A co jsem tady spojil? Nice, XLG, jedem. Nice! Ne. Zbavíte o sekiru. The last boss. Takový zaklep. Ale trend klačuje. Tak let's see, třeba bude bingo.
Coconut's going to be able to put down a one-way for the spike. They can play over towards long, but it will offer potentially opportunities for Trent to pick them off if his aim
to be good enough.
Vandal powerful at long range.
Dal bych Trent. Ha. Já začnu za chvíli dávat kamery s těma guns.
Offside here, down C long.
Feels his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here.
Tačky na jednoho. Off.
Happy Way takes the peak. Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity.
Ty vole, kdyby ho zabil, tak to defl.
A difficult shot to hit. All the way through still.
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging. The clock had been starting to tick a little bit. But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with mostly a light buy, 3 stingers, bit of a thrifty.
Pokud jsem deflecting, se ta hraje jako jenom. Měli polštářky na křívací, jo? To má si každý tým, ale jestli bylo v nich vidět takým toto.
Kind of get up and go that they've had all tournament, I would argue. But still, they've only been able to put 3 together.
Haunts up and over the top, a bit of spam from Jonah P. He's doing some work, he's doing some damage.
FP úplně s tím bingem. Podle toho, jak dneska skončí ten zápas, tak možná si dám třeba video na chvilku Sekiro. Ale uvidíme. Nice Rarga, ty vole. To se spletl s nějakým jiným. OK.
Bit bold, I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up.
Jsem přemýšlel, že bych to udělal tak, že rychle beatnu to Sekiro a pak si ještě zahrál tu Dark Souls 1, kdyby šla hrát chvíli, než budu hrát ten Valorant. Protože pak budu hrát hlavně Valorant, mostly. Jednu celou season chci hrát jako mostly Valorant. Hodně. Hodně Valorant. Pak uvidíme, jestli budu pokračovat Valorantu, anebo třeba v LoLku. A jsem tu nový. Čau Saro, jo, dík za sám Saro, jak je? Sara pleb, no už není naštěstí.
Saru pod tržítko short, nice, super.
Kámo, not like this. To je insane, kámo, co s nima dělají ty G2. Dokrát dám suba, děkuju moc, thank you, hele, daily subs. Jedna z 5. Ty vole.
They didn't need that.
Cože?
I mean, if we're being honest, I don't think they need that.
Jak ti pošlu donate? Běž pod stream, brácho, a tam je takový tlačítko donate, na něj klikneš a tam nevyplníš, že mi chceš dát litra, zaplatíš a mě se to pošle. Dobře, rozebíraj. Ty ani nekoukáš, Mura, něco hraješ. Ale jo, rozebíraj, no. Platil jsem teď pro crate, protože jsem se nasil. Co? Tak mi pošleš donate, bro. Nice Rarga. Kamo, Rarga, to je první hra, kde není normálně negativ KD, aspoň se zabíjí. Mám dva monitory, vidím vše. Já mám flash, mám dva monitory. Zlik má 3. Mluví se flexeři. Jsou ty byti? Ne, to nejsou byti, to jsou normálně love. Tam vyplní, že mi může dát litra, odklikneš, to mě zabilo. A tak by to bylo. Můžete mi někdo litr? Je takhle jednoduchý, být streamer a říct prostě... Můžete mi někdo litr? Kež by bylo, kámo. Kež by bylo, kámo. Rarga Ace! Je to tam, ty vole. A my ho máme, že Rarga bottom frag. Konečně Rarga Ace. A jsem lepší. Jsem lepší a hezčí. Samozřejmě. Mohl jsem mít, že máme za téhle, že babička pro svůj starší EI. Teď už grafika nerozjela kam. Rarga dobrý. A kill.
And he won't even get a chance in this round. Runs into Jorgamo, takes an op bullet to the chest. And now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game plan together without their star player, without the dimensional drift. And it's the last one in the half.
Cover going out. Jorgamo looking to spot out these players now. Dimensional drift sees the two of them.
That's great info. I'm back. You know that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all three of the other players are over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipating that they're going to be making a bit of a pivot.
Tady dono.
Vlastně
tady dono.
No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as the timing as he could possibly hope for. It's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf unanticipated.
Prodlužujete server? Kolik vás stojí server?
Leaf even went for a reaction Thorns pop there at 40 seconds.
Jogi.
Jorg's on an island.
Nice zapivej, kámo. Hrával jim tady kolo.
Making sure that he can really take advantage of the fact here over towards C. This is Valen, he full sticks it, he's all the way in through into the back and still cleaned up in the end. XLG now. They do finally open access to that C site.
Tak vidíte na půl dezdě pade ty kokot. Za server na Minecraft. To je konec. Nice. 7-5 ty vole. Dost lidí asi na to Minecraft hraje. Jaj. Takže ty platí server. První 2 dny se tam hráli ve více lidé. A pak tě Sára vyměnila a už hraje s jinýma lidma Minecraft. A ty plasty zaplatil server. Že to bys mi dal donate, kámo.
Committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Musel dělat LAN server. No nic, takhle vypadá zatím bingo. Potřebovali bychom nevím co ty vole. Pro bingo. Třetí mapu nejlíp. Ale jako by zase chci, aby to dřív skončilo. Tak Defenderu nebyl, no. Za bludi, co tam bude?
XLG much
better
better
jsem si
start
koupil.
here to this map at least against G2. Showcasing finally I think as well what we all kind of expected of them. At least before the tournament, you watch this team, you see a player like Raga really stepping up and he's at the top here for the Coinbase Econ reports. That ace put him right on the correct track, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering that it was on an eco round. So he didn't even bring a weapon into that round and he still somehow came away with an ace. That was spectacular, but that's what you need to be seeing more of from him. It's the first map where I feel like you're actually getting to witness the real
Hezké české.
that we've been seeing across stage 1. Because if you didn't follow
Už poslal to Dono, bro.
tuning into these XLG games going, well, this guy's he's not a top
I mean,
duelist.
how the hell are they the top seed?
Right. But a combination of the roster move that they had to make before the tournament, a bit of nerves, having never played on the big stage before, and being a bit cold because they didn't play in the Swiss. It's taken them until now for us to really see that potential. It might be too little too late though. XLG must win here on Haven in order to prolong their stay in Toronto. And G2, they're going to be looking to get back into that dominant form they were on Icebox.
Jedem, druhá halfa.
The Chinese squad. Both of these teams be bitterly disappointed of an early exit here.
And that's an early exit for Raga in the round. Tried to take a fight.
Tojko, ty jsi hodný pejsek.
Hoping his hand was still hot.
Raga v píči už.
Slow down called for here by G2.
Já vím, to je dobře, kam.
Injecting a bit of a pause, I suppose, into the play and re-exploration in through mid. XLG have got a lot of space off the back.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Information is going to be gathered.
That flash tells them that there's somebody either peeking garage or on the flank.
TP into the corner. Uh-oh. Snake bite round towards the back. Flash into your face on top of it. Jorgamo trying to take that.
Nice.
Set up relatively well. G2 though, can they follow up on the most of it? Get the trade onto midi, but this anchor smoke is brutal to get through. And Viva just trying to weave in and out between it. Valin.
OK, a ještě se schová happy. Že nejde jako happy pro víc.
Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards heaven and Happy Way just poking his head out. Spike has been dropped out into the open.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough because they know there's a player over towards heaven. Happy Way with a ghost and very little health.
Pejsek. To je Zoik. Hodní
How do you
pejsek.
block this off?
Just has to be the double hold as they reclaim it, retrieve it. Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way missed his timing to have influence in this round.
Could have potentially done it, but now G2 are going to be tucked in safe positions, trying to play a bit more disciplined.
Anti.
As soon as you catch the contact,
Anti. No a co, v pohodě, bro. V pohodě. To je takový ten PS normálně, který tam dost... Víš co? No to je. Woof, takhle. Takhle si.
But G2 are through. I mean, they got fast into that area. Wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition. The double smokes comps set up people like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
Jones going to be dropped down, single digits. Stave off most of the aggression, though, that XLG were going for on that eco.
It's a Bucky and a Marshall being brought into this one. So there's danger in long-range angles and somewhere close, although Happyway's actually playing the Bucky.
I've never seen
this. To se štěká, kdy se tady neštěká.
But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
All eyes towards C. Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way. Viva, a supplementary there with a spam. He needed to defend the sliders of corners, and Leaf is catching a timing. You can hear it, the footsteps. Raga was anticipating it.
And Bucky, Fortnite.
Into work.
Upgrades, potentially? Downgrades? I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a stinger? No, rather have the Marshall, apparently. Happyway will have to get a run on, though.
Merhaba, Balishunki a Makan. Makan, let's go.
God, man!
That looks sharp, but he was also facing the haunt. So, would have been lit up like a Christmas tree on Trent's screen. 3 players trying to come back in here.
Každý den, to je v píči. My hrabenu, nedivím se, ale sun se vidíme zítra už snad. Tady se na noční, proč ty píčo? Bych cípl. Kámo. Money. On slyší, ale jenom slyší na peníze. On slyší prostě jenom na peníze. Plus 10% tady z toho, jenom slyší peníze a procenta.
But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
To be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment.
Nepocení, sorry, jako jo, potřebuješ teď peníze na farmy, to je mi jasný.
Not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's compet is better for A-lobby control.
Raga to take out Valen, but he is traded.
Yeah, so best case he's managed is going 1-for-1, and I'm not sure that that's enough in a round like this. G2 slow things down. XLG
ale ty jsi hodný, ty chodíš vydělat rakety o 10% víc, aby jsme pak těch 10% poslat na drony, takže budeš nadrbanej. Zvajt frajer. Jedna na jedna. Jdu na stůl, goleme, na ti to uteče, čus. Začal pohřbívat. No tak to si v kundičce, no kamaráde. Využij kuličku.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2-10. This would be everything for the guy.
Haťuk má 2-10. Haťuk má 2-10, je mi ho líto, je v klači proti Leafovi. Ty ho viděl, jak skočil nahoru, nebo jsem debil? A teď bych zjistil, že typek hrál full stretch a proto ho neviděl a normálně v ten moment bych řekl, že to je něčí hovno.
There's no area where Viva can be on the spike and it's not just completely in the open.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Jonah does a great job picking off both players here.
Ho viděl, neviděl. Jak to, že ho neviděl. Pardon. Sorry. A SORA? Proč má takhle prdel?
Not letting their foot off the gas. SLG were given an in with the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but G2
A někdo z vás je chudej určitě, proto mi neposlal ještě litr donate. Happy way. Mohlo být lepší. To mělo být lepší, to je škoda. To mělo být trifty, jakoby. Úplně jsem ho tam viděl. Někdo z nás, ale ne někdo, ale všichni. Ale to má kill. Tyhle ten Leaf to zase obchází. Dokonce už není. Úplně stejně, kamo!
It's deja vu for VÍCE again. Leaf hops up to logs and delivers another bullet to the side of the head. Tragedy for XLG. That's a round that GT
SOR
played a little bit to get
SOR.
into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his movement a little bit. And then things cascaded from there. To be honest, Jorg redeemed himself with 3 in the round. He really made up for it. But a couple of teammates got killed and Josh is chuckling about that. So similar to previous.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning of this series that G2 are the ones that are feeling like they have to put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers when all expectations are sky high for them. Playing against an underdog team. Usually those situations are these big.
A tak aspoň končí brzo. Aspoň to je půl osmička.
And I think it's really reasonable to say that both teams, while
Třetí hra dle mýho bude mít Decider, tato druhá hra bude mít dle mýho Decider.
Number 1 seeds struggled in their upper bracket game here at Toronto. There is a different weight of expectation for these squads. G2, it's hard really to point at another squad that's been the best team of 2025 so far. It's not really definitive. Nobody has the crown currently. But if you were going to point at somebody, you'd probably point at G2. And that's despite them not actually winning a global tournament. But having said that, that's where the pressure increases. But they've just got away to such good starts here.
No nic.
And you can just see it on their faces and all
tak vypou na Rargovi.
G2 are all smiles. XLG can feel it. Slowly losing their chance. But staying alive here in a global event. Flash and a peek inside that horn.
A VÍCE se už předvedl, pozor. Já jsem se jako šel dělat pejsku, takže teď tady se mnou povídá někdo. A Kačenka aspoň. No VÍCE, pozor, kamaráde, he's back, nebo co? Rozbíj ho, zmrda, když jsme na dronu a zabíjej.
Leave dodging, juking, desperate to stay alive. And moving the chance, and now's his chance in the sun.
But no, hold on.
Now hold on.
Pump the brakes, there's a minute still left here. I've seen Leaf work magic before, and then his wall gets dripped over towards C.
There's a 1v2 though, and he's walking knife out. Doesn't realize the happy way is already there.
Okay. And the adrenaline can start
Oni neví o tom vypů. Oni neví o tom vypů, že ho Rarga má, to je důležitý. Tak givej. Dobrý stack.
And he's also lost 2 vitally important 1v1s against Leaf.
Go away.
So to be able to just step up and rip through 4 of the players, getting his team back into things. That's a big one, that's important.
Still a bit quiet from XLG's side of things. Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that scoreline, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Po zápasu na huňáče. Proč dělá hraje jak rady? Já nemyslím, že dělá 24 hodinovku. Teď dropuje melon. Prvé dědek.
Multiple players there, Raga taking a peek. Let's claim Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the VÍCE ultimate for post plant.
Midi to tap. It's forced that.
Jako to vypadne už no.
Colliding, clashing, Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's gonna try and stem that bleeding, shore it up. At least momentarily here, round to the side, and
asi co tam dělá?
Just walking. Happy way from on high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide, and it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario. Happy way, sight set on the appropriate position.
3 kills, I think, with the
On
open
play
that
Happy
round.
try,
Two
jako
different
Happy
players'
se hodně
hands.
snaží.
Raga got the opener onto Jonah P, playing pretty aggro on site. But this round was all about the ults. XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say VÍCE ultimate, maybe the dimensional drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a breach ultimate, got stopped. And then skirmishes. Opportunities for them to peek a player in here and there, and Happy Way from Heaven getting massive value with the off. Now G2's economy is properly dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. This defensive setup is now working.
Takhle kdyby mi to někdo rozbil, tak vím, že tam je někdo v rohu, kámo. Prostě vím.
An ability to take it to G2.
Pressure relieved.
There's 1 trip broken at the front of B, but Happy Way still has a 2nd trip in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about just getting walked on. Garage, though, is currently pretty dangerous. They have this camera that gives them information into Garage, but it got smoked off.
Soustředění, pak nemůžu přemýšlet a hrát. To mě nevím, se s tím jako dál přemýšlet. Když člověk žvejkáš, tak tam třeba přemýšlíš a pak se soustředíš na něco jako v té hře, takže už žvejkáš na automatiku. No. Pak si párkrát zažvejkáš jako manuálně a pak zase automatická žvejka.
G2, you got 30 seconds left. Got to start to decide where you want to go at some point. Potentially a B pop, Jordan will be in a backstab. Looks like that is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to dissuade this. Trip.
Je, ten je mrtvý.
Jogemo
El Chapo.
Offloading it, buying time now for the Flood to try and get in. There's 7 seconds left. G2 trying to get that plan down here. Running and gunning and Coconut. Slaying claim down now onto the side leaf. There's the last one left. Got into his hands. Diffused.
Co dělají? No, už jsem měl tlaky, kámo.
And if that's what it takes.
The game plan was so nice
Pane
as well
Bože.
for G2. They put so much effort into inserting Jogamo into that top garage position and then
Aspoň normální hra trošku. Jen se snaží back dostat. Hej, daj G2 timeout. Full stretch. Na bridgeovi. Mimo.
Flood on in and are somehow able to overpower the Viper's pit too.
11-8.
The economy is not in an amazing spot here for XLG, honestly, because that came down to the wire.
Já říkám G2 timeout.
But it's G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they get rifles back. This round could be incredibly important. Earlier on, it was XLG on the bonus when they were 10-5 down, I think it was. That's where we were looking at them like, okay, they might have let this game slip away from them at this point. They had a chance to get it back in the game, back into the second half, and they let it slip. Well, here's another big moment, a pivotal moment for the economy, for the ults as well, because G2s are going to start cycling again if they win this.
Už je tady dobrý hromy. Když máte rádi bouřky, chat?
Yeah, it's been streaky, but pivotal round nevertheless. G2 taking that timeout, respect shown. They know how easily you can lose grip of a map, of a series.
Now, one of the things I was thinking we might see is a trip over here towards short, for example, which just kind of stops the Viper lurk from happening that you would expect. And instead, it's been Happy Way playing mostly towards C the entire time. He's got a trip for garage window in fact this time. So if you try to get into that deep position that Jordan played,
Dřív jsem je úplně nenáviděl z jednoho jediného důvodu. Takže si pnou proč? People scared, to jsi ty? Bouřce?
Oh, fake as well into spawn, so they do have to respect that. There's an omen smoke in the defender's spawn that they might have teleported into.
It's going to bleed time out of XLG where they have to try and
To přeslyšel. Přesně nedopadal net elektřina celá, kamaráde. Net a i elektřina. Jediný důvod, proč jsem nenáviděl tu poušku.
There it is, Recon up and over, Smoke. Cropped up, a bit of spam from G2. Is this what it's going to take? Is this how they're going to be claiming this round here? Stepping forwards and past it. The line of scrimmage that was layered down, and it's stray bullets follow the tracers. Time has run out. G2 are up to 12.
Aspoň se vlepo, no. Dobrý hit. Ten Omen to udělal fake TP na spawn, to vyhrálo to kolo.
But an important one, the important one potentially. That could have been everything as well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
Bro, the Thorn is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Transport, musí ho hitnout. Dobře, to je dobrý. 9 € mrtka, no, co ti na to? Mrtvej. Nádherný, ty vole, nádherný kombo, kámo.
Foul concoction that G2 just brewed up, and now with a player advantage, sight control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see if he can be the difference maker.
Co dělá, kurva? On si nečekuje teď ten off-angle. Kámo, a jde white swingovat normálně levou stranu, no, tak to je konec. To je konec. How are these people getting paid, kámo? No nic, rychlovka aspoň. Počká půl zápasu, to je banger. Teď by takhle byl i ten druhej. No nic, takhle dopadlo bingo, bohužel nedopadlo.
G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused. Didn't run the Tejo, still managed to get the win. And they begin what could be an incredible low bracket run, but they will have to have perfection if they want
to video. OK. Tak kdo tam bude? Z G2.
G2 there, ready to go for the picture, the bow, before they'd even had a chance to congratulate the coaches. And I think Josh really deserves a lot of credit for feeding them good ways of being able to close this map out. Those final 2 rounds, fast hits, very different to what they were previously running. And it just got them over the line in important situations. XLG were just starting to warm up. I feel like we barely got a chance to see these guys.
I know.
This final map, maybe a bit more of an example of what they could have done. But alas, they ran into some heavy
se na 500 a zesali se dostal za výhru 502. Dostal se mě ojebala. No, protože se pravděpodobně dosadil jenom 2. Sazejte na další, bude nová. A pak můžete sázet na další. Teď se hraje na výhru sázek a ne na sázku.
Jonah P, I'm gonna ask you to do a little bit of multitasking. Snap a picture. Alright, congratulations.
Myslím, že vyhraje.
It seems like you guys came in here today to make
a statement. Myslím, že vyhrál Fnatic.
Definitely was a mission. We got our warm-up game versus Paper X. You know, Paper X are a very good team. Their coaching staff helped them a lot, and now it's do or die. So.
Teď máme bingo na Fnatic versus RRQ.
Wanna snap another picture? No? Okay. Right. Time for another question while you multitask. Speaking of the tough loss though, that is why you guys found yourself in this position today. But no doubt, you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost the Sen in the upper final to qualify for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen. And so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations?
No hard combos.
Ukaž, co tady je.
Just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes,
Chronicles
and
Speed
just
na
have to be
V3,
ready
hraje
for
se
today.
Heaven, Overtime, Fnatic Comeback 8-4. Hospodar zamává někdo na tiltu, Sva Fade Clash, Ghoster 4K. Je to insane opshot, Alpha si stoupne. Insane Film Manět. Recepták je skóre, klasika.
This is the position that you guys needed to be in order to get into that high gear.
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage.
A Watchparty, a nic se neděje.
Dostal
spoděl. Kekev. Kekev. Kosmetický stůl Fnatic L. Na jejich mapě. Koučně něco zahodí. Defuse split se Jemkin Clutch, Icebox Ban, Smoker MVP, Sunset je 10 roky.
But we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you wanna say?
Gamer.
No?
Neplakin. Kekev.
I'm gonna be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost, so we're just gonna let the game show for itself.
All right, thank you so
Watch
much,
time.
TP. Congratulations
Okay,
once again. Leaf, are you willing to talk some smack? Willing to talk some smack?
To who? Oh no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
All right, thank you very much and congratulations. G2, once again, I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second matchup of the day. It's gonna be RIQ versus Fnatic. Woo!
Gosh, jsme ready. Máme video. How it feels to play Valorant without warming up. 7 minut, chat, banger. Běžte se všichni ready, já se pustím. Ten, co dělal toho GK, má nový? Hezky. To jste vy, chat. By the way, tohle jste vy, chat. Jestli se nerozehráváte, i když vám soRa furt říká, abyste měli.
Have y'all seen the last guy? Maybe he's rotating late. Oh, never mind. He's probably AFK. Need that! Hey! Hey! Bruh. You know what? Whatever. It's not even that serious. Got it. Ha ha ha. Huh? Did that not hit? Bro, I swear to God that should have. Jett! Did you just whiffed on somebody that's not moving? Did I just whiff on somebody that's not moving? Ooh, this is bad. What do I say? What did I say? Warm up. I didn't get the chance to warm up. Yeah. Yo, nah. That's crazy. I didn't get the chance to warm up. You know what I mean? Chill on me. Chill.
Jett, no offense, but if you whiffed again, you're garbage. Just letting you know.
Who the f are you? Whatever. Okay, let's lock in.
Let's lock in. Je špatným krozérem, bro.
Dude, my crosshair was on his head. Was my crosshair not on his head?
Jett.
Jak čumí?
Are you nervous or something?
Jak čumí? Tady se otočí.
Are you nervous or something? What rank are you? Like, are you new to Valorant? What? Nah, see, nah, that's crazy, bro. I swear on everything I love. I was lagging.
I was lagging.
Like I was rubber banding while I was shooting. Can you believe that?
Actually, your ping is at 1. You have 1 ping.
Ping jedna.
Lowest in this lobby, by the way. You was
Tak sedí
not
na lance.
lagging. You're just trash.
Yo, who the f is this? Bro, this is really bad. I got this fucking nerd talking crazy to me. Nah, I cannot go out like this. Alright, fine. Ya got me. I'll stop trolling now. Okay. Time to lock in.
Tak co bude locked in? No, kámo, tak...
Is on his head.
Takhle, jak vy to vypočítáváte.
Finger on left mouse button.
Když chcete střílet, to jste vy.
And just left click.
A vy v klači. Úplně spocený. Jak děcka vždycky na Alkana, že má čelo spocený. Tak co? Bych chtěl, aby ho tady jen kopet dodžila. Úplně na lásek, nečekaně.
Bullseye.
Kámo, tak co se děje?
What?
Proč má takovou auru?
Why the f did my bullet just do that? See? Nah, bro. See? Nah, bro. This game is stupid. You saw that, right? The bullet curved. Please tell me y'all saw that. Jett. You're actually terrible. You are so f***ing terrible.
Garbage.
You are bad at the game. Bro, nah, listen. Why are you playing this game?
Jett, holy shit, you're trash. Get the f off this game.
Bro, look.
Hear
me out. No! You whiffed 3 times. On a target that's standing still. Insta-lock Jett too, by the way. Cap. I waited 5 seconds. Before I locked in.
Jett. It's time.
Dej mi tu zbraň, můj kill, bro.
I'm not giving you my sheriff, dummy.
Jett. You went 0 for 3 at the free throw line. They were standing still. And you missed 3 times as a Jett with a sheriff. It's over, gang.
Jako to je konec kariéry.
You are cooked.
Klasik.
Give me that shit. Game is so stupid, bro. Why did my bullets curved? I knew it. I should have hit the range before this. I knew it. If I had warmed up, I would have hit those shots. Right, chat? Like I'm not crazy here. Right?
What? Who's he talking to? Is he schizo or something?
Jsem já, schizo.
Nah! I hate this game!
Breaking news! Have you seen this Jett player? He is wanted for committing a terrible crime. After spending the entire night trying to get out silver, out of frustration, he made a mistake of ordering GamerSup's products at full price. He ordered products like Dragon Fruit Punch, Piña Colada, and Lean without using a discount code. Please be advised, you can get energy drinks, both caffeinated and non-caffeinated, for 10% off at checkout using code DEXBEEF. Do not make the same mistake as this criminal. Please be safe.
One of those.
And use code DEXBEEF.
Kámo. Strašný banger. Týpek má strašně dobrý animace. Der bullet stickle. Kámo, tady ten Wingman byl úplně nejlepší.
Oh my god, 23? Old as hell. That's like basically 30.
Bro, I'm not that old. Man, shut up.
But bro, damn. Where everybody at though?
I don't know. Nobody's responding.
Damn. So just us two then? We gonna duo queue?
Man, fuck it, bro. We can play one while we wait for them. Queue up.
I bet. Actually, Dex, before that, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yeah, what's up?
Já tady mám vodu s jahodem a on hrozný.
Actually draw, right? Like anime characters and stuff like that?
Yeah. Somewhat.
Okay. Specifically though, how good are you at drawing the female human anatomy?
A ještě by řekl, a ještě by tam řekl, že chce L-Fusion k tomu.
Dex?
Female human. If I have a lot of time and put in actual effort with a lot of references for me to look at, then yeah, I think I'm okay at drawing them.
Like you could animate them too, right? Like them doing something, walking, running, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically I could pull it off. Again, I just need time and effort and references. Okay, why are you asking me these questions?
Dex, you down to do a commission for me? An actual commission for me?
What type of actual commission are we talking about?
Not safe for work.
Oh.
Yeah, I want you to make me some
Týpek zasmál. Yeah.
work.
Oh.
Yeah, I want you to make me some hentai.
Oh.
Ale taky want some good shit, jako háčko je
Damn, something
banger.
just came up. I gotta go. See ya, bro.
Dex, come on, listen.
Bro, I'm not listening.
Listen, okay? 2 characters of my choice. Just animate me like Viper and Jett. Viper and Jett.
Bro, what? Oh my.
Half them do a little bit of this and do a little bit of that. Something crazy for a few seconds. Then I pay you a crazy amount. It's not a big deal.
No, bruh.
No bras. Yes, exactly. Animate them with no bras on.
What?
Dude, it's not like I'm gonna show what you're gonna make on Twitter. I'm not gonna be like, yo, check out what Dex Beef made for me. Like what? It's for my own personal use. Dexy, come on.
Bro, have you not seen the shit on my YouTube channel? Look at how goofy the characters are. Like I don't do the stuff you're talking about.
But you said you could though.
Yeah, I could. Don't mean that I want to.
Bro, come on. Do this for me, man. Dexy poo.
Dexy poo.
I swear I'll pay you good.
Holy crap.
Poo.
Listen, I'm not going
Man,
to...
I hate you. Oh my god. I can't stand you. Like Dex. You are capable of making real art. You got the talent and the skill to turn nothing into something. Like God has given you a gift to help people, to bring joy to people. It's crazy because you have the ability to just be like, Mommy Sage, you know what? I'll draw her without clothes on. Like what?
Bro, can we play on radio?
You are absolute, Dex. You hear me? You are powerful, an almighty being.
Shut up and cue up the game.
You're wasting your talent right now. Dex, the people need you.
Yo.
You have
No! If you don't queue us up for a game right now, I'ma leave this call and solo queue myself.
Alright. My bad, bro.
Okay. So, are you done? With all that nonsense?
Yeah, my bad, bro. I got carried away. I'll queue up.
Thank you.
$1,000.
Huh? Pardon?
$1,000.
Pardon.
A 10 seconds video. 2 fictional characters of my choice. Make them do...
God damn. Ara, ty koko, tady mi stojí.
A 10 seconds video. 2 fictional characters of my choice. Make them do crazy...
To potřeba nějaký alert. Na follow. Kačenko, dokážeš mi najít Ara, co si můžu dát na follow.
Things, I pay you $1,000.
Tady ten pardon, francouzský emote prostě. Jak má ještě ten mod?
$1,000.
buckaroos.
1,000
buckaroos.
USD.
1,000 sploonies.
$100 bill. But there's 10 of them. I'm not gonna say anything else. I might just leave the offer there and let you decide later. Let's play the game first, okay?
Money.
Money.
Money. Bro, I'm not about to draw weird stuff for this moron.
Tady to je dobrý týpek, že našel ten banger.
Money. That's a lot of money. Money.
Money.
Nah. Money. I can't do that. Money.
Man.
Money.
It's long as queue time.
Money. But Money.
When do you want to buy?
Oh. Okay. So this was a money thing, huh? Dex, you crazy bastard.
Bro. When do you want to buy?
Oh, don't worry about when. I want you to take your time. As much time as you need, okay?
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yo, wait. This is crazy. Wait, hold on. I'm excited. Okay. I changed my mind. Instead of doing Valorant characters, let's do Genshin characters. Let's do damn, I haven't played Genshin in a while. What's that one
Týpek teď úplně dostal, týpek teď úplně přepnul a úplně máš mu jako si všechno, ne? Přepnul.
Damn, I haven't played Genshin in a while. What's that one purple lady that wears all purple and pulls like a sword out of her chest? Like what's her name? You know what I'm talking about, right?
The Riding Shogun.
That's her name? Yeah, her. Yes, her and this one other lady. Like her hair is all pink and has some kind of like animal ears. What's her name?
Yamiko.
That's her name.
Kámo, on chce, aby udělal Raiden Shogun a tu Yamiko, co mám schovanou od čeky oboje. Tak ty chci, aby jako slebu, no tak to je konec. Že zrovna ty tady mám.
Yes, Dex. I want both of them to be in it. And let's make him do. Oh, yo, wait. I don't even want to say it out loud. Let me DM you real quick. There. You got it? You see it? Dex? You read it yet? Read it.
I just read it. You are disgusting.
Yes, sir! Yo, this is making me... Wait! Make them wear this. Make them wear that. You see it, Dex? Dude, if you can make them wear that and make them do what I just sent you, oh my goodness! Dex! We are about to make a masterpiece. You don't understand. Oh my, I'm about to...
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Bro.
It's okay.
Yo,
do it for 1,000. Do it for 1,000. Do it for 1,000.
Yo, I'm so excited. This is about to be crazy.
Do it for 1,000. Do it for 1,000.
To je konec.
You know what I mean?
No něco se jde hrát? Ne jo, hele.
So what are the vibes like now that
you're
competing on a global stage? And also, can you give us a little bit of insight of your duo?
I think the vibes are really good. Despite our loss yesterday, I think it was a good learning lesson for the team. And yeah, vibes have never been better, so I'm excited.
You've seen pictures of Forsaken's muscles, Silfat BB's muscles. No one's seen Austin's muscles except me in the gym when he's spotting for me. I know that weight ain't dropping because my boy got me.
We have the trust going on here. All right. Thank you.
Vans, this is your wheelhouse. You know, as an avid gym goer, how would you rate Crashy's muscles compared to, I guess they spoke about Forsaken and Silfat BB?
I saw him at the gym. They maybe.
Oh, you've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it at the gym. It's actually quite chiseled.
Yeah, okay. He's got the receipts.
You're not impressed by my muscles, Sue?
Mimi, I'm impressed by other. You're good at other things. You bring other things to the table. Yeah. We'll hit the gym with Vans. But that man on your screen now, I want to yinstigate a little bit here at what I do best. Now, for those of you that don't remember Optic Crashies, where were you? I'm not happy with you for that. You know, you got to catch up on some history here. When Optic played against Boom Esports, Xfero, previously known as Deporto, had one of the greatest global performances we have ever seen anybody have, dropping almost 40 kills against Crashies and Co. So this is going to be an interesting rematch today.
I think it was, 35 just on Breeze in that series. It was outstanding for the guy that is now going by Xfero. But that was a long time ago, almost 3 years now, to come back and have another match, at least against that one guy. They got close, couldn't pull off the upset. upset then. I think he's going to want it this time.
Yeah, I look forward to it because RRQ, they're going to have to bring it if they want to survive in this lower bracket. But let's talk about the debut of this guy on your screen, Vansili. Everyone was excited to see him. Is he an onliner or not? Can he perform on the global stage? What were your thoughts?
I think he's still in line right now. Maybe not putting the superb numbers that we saw towards that split one that led them to be able to win the EMEA region, but you know, it wasn't the slow start that we saw from Kayak when it went towards kickoff. I think he still had a really good opener and still found his groove going into these games. He was not afraid to go toe-to-toe or even go aggressive for these early fights against Gen G. You're playing against Gen G and you're playing these openers, I'm happy with that.
I do got to disagree with you a little bit because I think where he struggled was mainly on map 3, where the team as a whole was kind of failing across the board. That was more of a team issue in my mind. When they were competitive on those first 2 maps, I really thought he was excellent in finding almost the same form that he had back in EMEA. Those fights into mid we were seeing in the replay were amazing. His confidence, his aim, it was all there. And I think you have to kind of look back at the history of Fnatic because they've always been so good at enabling their rookie players to be great in their debut. Think of Alphayer in Copenhagen. Think of all of these different youngsters that they've brought into the team through their history that have always thrived in these positions.
For me, I think it's unbelievable that Alpha and Kayak were able to recover after the ultimates. Missing 2 of those ultimates. Alpha barely even left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the Delog goal, but Vans, they managed to recover on Split. Not quite on Sunset, but this is what they do best, right? Fnatic don't often roll over and die after a loss.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic, because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seat curse doesn't really affect them that much. It was nice here to give a chance for Bolster to have those type of calls to allow here Alphayer to calm down for those small mistakes that came through. So I still think that looking against RRQ, yes, it may look like on paper it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic here, but I think RRQ could be able to do it.
Yeah, this game absolutely should have been a 2-0 for Gen G, but Alphayer had an incredible rebound in the second half of Split, and I think his energy, his fragging, did a lot to pull greatness out of the rest of the team to make that 12-7 comeback happen.
Yeah, we're going to check in with the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to. I see you're wearing your nail from the Artist Alley, so I wonder.
Got it.
Yeah, I wonder what GB, what kind of goodies GB managed to get.
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations and booths, and one of those things is our Artist Alley with our amazing community. And I'm here with Kermi, who is, she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Taric now.
Into mainly Taric. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
I have this one as a freebie of Taric. It's supposed to be him with his like Final Mouse collab.
Nice.
And I also have like keychains and pins of him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like really nervous at first, but everyone here is really nice. And it's just like a really wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. And look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a full line. People were checking out your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of Wingman. And you have one here if you don't mind me. Yeah, it's a small version right here, right? This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy?
I just guessed.
And I'm sure he'll just guess too, right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness, so thankfully I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well, so it makes a lot of sense. No, look, honestly, this is amazing, incredible stuff. Check out the Artist Alley booth. Check out Kermi. She is an incredible designer, making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermi, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Now, if that is not hard-hitting journalism, I don't know what is. But Rob Moore still flawless in predictions, and he's gone with Fnatic going into this one. What do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going for the other team, but who cares? We're going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore. I want to
he's
focus.
Technically 3-0.
He's technically 3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ, I believe in that. Achilles, the same. So I'm gonna trust Achilles. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilles Al-Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get our prediction right.
Give me the spark notes. Why do you think RRQ's winning? What's the sell?
Okay, so as I was mentioned before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic. Then Crazy Guy was mentioning as well, he wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat going into this game. And you also have Warbirds, recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds in tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're cooking something up here.
Yeah, you're selling me on the Team Renegades mention with him coming into that roster.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
When does Randy Savage play?
We just, yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
I do know who that is. Sorry, Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades, Randy Savage.
The Valorant team.
Yeah.
From like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage. This could potentially be the start of a beautiful lower bracket run, and one team will be going home no matter what. So let's send it down and bring out Fnatic and RRQ.
RRQ versus Fnatic.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What matters now for Fnatic and RRQ is if they can make a lower bracket run, and that starts right here.
RRQ struggled against a slow, macro-heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage for a very young team who is new to this global level as a 5. Fnatic, they're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all into it now.
I think that's an important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you could come into this game with a nothing-to-lose mentality. Let's just have some fun. While for Fnatic, there's so much pedigree behind that name that falling flat into an 0-2 back on the stage, it's not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2 pennies because I really was convinced that Fnatic are going to pick Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent at, I think their Split, Lotus, and Icebox are all world-class maps. So I don't get it either, but I'm sure there is a reason, there is a read.
They're also a prep-heavy team. They like the VODs, they like to counter-strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So Vansili, they have to start strong and convince us why they pick Lotus.
I'd like to think from Fnatic's camp, the prep going into this game is because they know that most likely you're not going to play a tail comp on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ has been playing during the kickoff? It's actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a VÍCE. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good on this map of Lotus.
Yet again, Fnatic having the easiest time of any team coming out of the Teo meta with their pivots because they just didn't play a ton of Teo. Both these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed their comp because they were great on both of them in EMEA, and both of them, the meta comp for a while was named after this team.
Yeah. And in the second round of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the Sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel like maybe RRQ could have abused that and picked the Sunset for themselves?
Yeah, I would have been interested to see, but I think it was a risk, right? Because they also haven't really played a ton of Sunset. In some ways, when you're in a high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they took it, because Fnatic just played against Gen G. You were just mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape. That's something that RRQ does a lot
For sure.
here.
but one of the biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game was struggling to play into the Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic's defense was really great on Haven despite losing there.
It was indeed, and it was a really good way for them to start the map, and everything kind of just fell apart in the second half here. But for RRQ though, they're playing into two maps that Fnatic love, but the third map, Mantilli, is where I think there should be a lot of chances for them to maybe pull off an upset.
See, the thing is for me, that's where I'm a little bit scared. I still want to go for RRQ, but after seeing the map vetoes and seeing that Ascent is going to be the third map, that's where I'm a little bit worried. The fact that they were able to hold some pretty good defense against Wolves, because Wolves had such good util around the deadlock to play against them, then that's where
Jak to asi spadlo?
Fnatic
No,
should
bouřka,
be
no.
able to take this. So looking at the veto process,
I think it's the other way around.
I think Fnatic did it. They won the veto on their side.
I agree with Fansili.
Really?
I think if we get to map 3, I really want to see Jemkin change up his style a little bit. He struggled on that map last time, but here we go. Agent select
jo, to jsem klasika.
Fnatic, no surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've
Ukáž
only
Lotus.
ever played 2 comps in the history of Lotus, and they're just going to stick to it. Crashies, I know you're trolling.
Yep, and for the side of RRQ, it looks like they are going to change into just the Fade here. This is basically the same exact comp that Fnatic is running. Only difference, of course, is playing the VÍCE instead, who I think is super viable on this map and does add a lot to your defense.
And that's why at kickoff, they were 0-3 on this map of RRQ with this composition, which is why I think Fnatic was still quite comfortable to play on this map. The tried and true for their side, mirror matchups against with the Fade, and then you just kind of know how the map is being played when you're just not going to play against a VÍCE or a KJ. Everything else stays identical in terms of, you know, the slow pace default towards C, try to get your lurks towards the A side, so Fnatic definitely knows how to play against that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played and was really good on that role. For VÍCE here, he has a lot of agency when he's on defensive side to make plays, to hard hold down that C site. You expect greatness from him.
It is my great honor to introduce to you your casters for this match. It is a real treat. We don't get this one very often. Give it up for Pansy and Kakuka.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise. Mike looking better than ever. So I am very pleased to be joined by you here, Bea. But
love to be the side chick in this relationship.
Okay, you put me on the spot instantly. But let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two.
Já jsem snad ještě nevěděl, že by komentovali dvě ženský.
Working wonders, right? Everyone seems to be suffering. But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both these teams make their debuts?
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words that Mimi was saying. I think that Cushy played a very big part, and especially moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack. This VÍCE is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy, you do not have a utility that is going to tell you someone is in the back besides that wall. And that can be triggered so easily from the side of Fnatic. But both of the teams can start very carefully on that one, on this one, especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot. Feel like they want to test the field.
I already like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space here, the exchange of goods almost.
Co mám vždycky ten booster za crosshair, to je nechutný. Čus Varek. Já to vám hodím full screen. Zase mi to nikdo nečeká, jsem píča.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ have been playing. Crazy guy finds the first to kill onto Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too far away. Xfero just catching crashies. And this is huge though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly thus far, but gets outgunned. This is the start that RRQ would be dreaming about. Now we ask a big question. The main man himself, can he lead by example? A 1v3, a lot to ask for. Sheriff to hand. And a glance left and right. The first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This cross is in place on the contact. Jemkin more than able to do it. And a good, comfortable start for RRQ.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round, and that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday. Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played, but in 2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, being patient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response if they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C. Of course, A is going to be very weak.
So, can they continue this? I'd like to see what RRQ looks like with some more confidence. It was a brutal start for them. But Fnatic, once again, being proactive here, and why not in this round? A lot of classics, and an isolated player, a good reward, at least a sheriff to be found, but you can see the trade-off here, straight towards C-site. RRQ, not really too fussed now, a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly, and leaving Xpharaoh in the back just with the sheriff. No weapon is going to be found for the side of Fnatic. 4 classics to play for this retake. Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the VÍCE is already in play, and RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose, though. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, going to find Boaster, and all so far so good. It's that one loss of a gun that could cost them here. Crazy Guy does go down. I don't think that can be particularly gathered. Kayak going to go for a wild play. And now they just need to back away. So 2 rifles making it out there, the Guardian and the Vandal on Jemkin.
Yeah, comfortable so far for RRQ. Again, being fast on those reactions, getting into good positions for the post plants. Monyet being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing with one of the rifles, still very good position. He can react to all the utility that all the team can use onto that. We also saw the VÍCE flash. So very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monyet on a duelist. I think it's about them time.
I'm with you in that, but I want to see them get there well. I want to see this team show that potential. There was a lot of talk about RRQ leading up to this.
Oh, this is a classic. Boaster with the Odin.
I'm having a little
laying on
towards Kayak.
I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be costly if he sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to slip away. You can see again patience being shown by RRQ here, kind of going through the paces of this map. The protocol list looks reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is this later takes onto A, struggling a little bit to fight at the beginning of the round. And Boaster's ready, trying to deal some damage. He has already taken a bit.
Again, from their previous matchup, in my mind, I was looking a lot towards Jemkin, at least, with the entries and how he was faring in that. And it was a bit rough for him. He wasn't able to find his footing. This could be a much better game for him.
What do you think about the teams not giving the Vandal to the? Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give him the Sheriff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too much freedom throughout this game, but
a lot of
forced to respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TP, all that noise. Fnatic set to respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It steadies the ship. Ready's Chronicle to receive, and Jemkin goes down. He was the player lowered down, though, on HP. This is still a bonus round, but it's invested, so there is cost to this. And speaking of things that are running out, is time. 15 seconds, and Crash. Xpharaoh, you nutter! Clears Crashies like he's nothing, but they've got a plant. Suddenly we're down to a 4v4 post-plant, and RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster with that Odin is not going to have an easy time. Crazy Guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit and support the rest of the team.
I like what Kushi's doing, though, playing that a little bit disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support, at least for now. Kushi gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Monyet's response is get proactive. Fight back towards CT. Kayak comes into the building, though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3, not able to stand the test. A necessary round for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's so important for them that even in that 4v4 with the time maybe running against them as the spike was going down and all the utility and no information onto where RRQ were playing after having a very strong rounds for those post plants, is having that patience. You still have a lot to work with. It doesn't matter that crazy kill onto Crashies. But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous, wonderful on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for two on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be comfortable for today.
Yeah, this is the round, though. I'm looking at Crazy Guy
no,
as
it's
well.
Crashies. They're just going to be swapping around the Odin.
Ult's there for Crazy Guy early, so if they have a set piece in mind they'd like to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev, that was a little bit too risky for me. Alpha, out on a limb. Could have been punished, wasn't, and there's the instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really pulling their punches, and we're complementing the pacing, but now Alpha's going to punish Monyet on the cross-up. Spike's still hesitant to commit through here, but now will be making its way.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Kushi finds the first one.
Planted. Now, the next layer, the next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're down to 2. The flank feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need, but they're dwindling in numbers. Only one alive, and Chronicle's awareness is just too good. Fnatic keeping 4 standing. A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike is going down, but these post plants are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side, that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many occasions yesterday was missing. All that utility to come in, preventing RRQ from having an easy time onto the side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We know how difficult it can get for any team to retake on C.
This is where it truly begins. See that depth of RRQ, the frustrations, I'm sure.
And the dances.
Of course.
It's just like being home.
Don't pull out the headset though, please. I really, don't need a pause this early, mate. Let's keep it calm. But, okay, Stinger's coming out. Judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to look out for. How are they gonna...
I mean, you know they've been playing the Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, Kayak. Potential to farm here. Just has to wait. Chronicle sells them down the river! Kayak leaves them without a paddle! And it's just perfect! Happy to make those plays and confidence builders for the main man on the stage.
Absolute flawless round for the side of Fnatic. Yes, it wasn't the biggest investment for RRQ, and there was definitely an idea to show a little bit of face on A, maybe drag some attention from Fnatic, but Chronicle and Kayak were ready for this aggression on to B. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down.
Kayak, good job, boy.
Oh, yeah. They were speaking about the vibes. Crashes said that they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is kind of the, I guess, polar opposites in play here as well. When we talk about the big leagues coming out to these stages, you got one of the big teams against you. Fnatic has a very wealthy history of that, even coming off the back of a loss. You're looking at what people were referencing as like, that Shanghai nightmare before, facing Genji, dropping into the lowers, and then obviously we all know what happens up against Foot, right? The ridiculous happened. But Fnatic, again, when we're talking about the composure capability there, the fact that they've been in these scenarios, they can fight through it. Now, for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure is tenfold. It's not easy. So a nice early pause here.
Especially when you're still, like, there's the question of, did you really deserve that first seed? We were just in a crazy run. Especially with how Genji is looking, you can be like, oh my god. And Paper Rex as well.
But would you say that about
strong teams?
G2?
Listen, Lauren.
Yeah?
G2 played amazingly. Did you not see the first match?
I'm a G2
Leaf was
fan.
close in everything. That
I'm a
man
G2
was
fan.
awesome. Yeah, you are right. You're a Potter fan and you're a G2 fan, and you're right for that, Lauren.
Trashies, are we farming here? This Odin in play has been something that we know is
Crazy Guy's ready to respond.
Really frustrating. They do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it at least towards rubble. That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with this Odin. We've seen it a million times. It was definitely not Crashes carrying it.
Nah.
Aww.
The
expecting a
bromance
bit of damage, at least, you know?
exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
Booster takes it, so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this, though, actually not good. Booster left completely adrift there. Flash in hand and air punish. Crazy Guy unleashing. Now, they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we're speaking about it being vintage. That is probably one of the responses and one of the adjustments that RRQ made for this round. Let's fight for bubble. Let's grab their attention and let's force some duels. Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now I like this pause. It's good. Gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he holds down well, but a good trade. Then Crashies plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's getting down to the wire. The lurk's going to be an issue, but Crashies holding on so well. And Kushi, noted, found, killed, Fnatic. in all that chaos, looking composed.
And this is another layer for the Comfort, getting those trades. You are already forcing that very close-up fight. We need the confidence to go one after the other. Crashy's dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly, just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
And I'm genuinely very happy to see Crashy's having a good performance here. His return to form has been
absolutely
meteoric near on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning. And for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds. Fnatic's starting to look more and more comfortable, more and more confident. You don't want to see that if you're RRQ. You need to break back in.
We see Kayak playing with the Outlaw for this round. Of course, the economy not being the best for RRQ. This is one of the rounds that you can definitely take advantage. One bullet to any of the players on the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, though, if you're looking at this, RRQ will have a lot of ults. I want to see them utilize them well. I don't want it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity, maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it. It'd be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed. Slow and steady.
Focusing on getting the orbs, as you're saying, thinking about the next round. Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ. Man, that Odin is broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players here. 3 players on the site. Now, again, we can see where the others reside. Alpha sat towards CT, but it's Kron again, just punishing. Monjet's gone down. They're not getting given many chances.
Left.
Look how far they have to dig to even get a fair fight on any of these Fnatic players. Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players spotted. It's so clean.
Spike down, C.
Crazy guy. Xfero, there's just nothing landing for him here. Nah, it is done for. Fnatic up to 5, a flawless round to get there as well. I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round coming.
Absolutely. Only 2 rounds on the board, and as you can see on your screens right now, it was the pistol and the next one. Nothing found in this rifle round. Fnatic also very knowing what parts of the map each person is in charge of. The movement that Chronicle is having today, the confidence that we're seeing, and the right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the team. We saw like at least a couple of flawless rounds, and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Both are playing over towards
so many ultimates.
Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though. 0 pressure across the map, not a default by any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator, deeper line. The battle for tree begins, the battle of spam is going to continue. Door gets open. Boaster needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door, maybe not believing the amount of bodies here. It's an explosion, literally. Jemkin takes away Boaster. Crashes tries to play it forward. He's still denying that there's any cross here. He gets called out to Alpha. They're coming back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but RRQ are dropping these bodies. Whoa! He's so quick! Flies through and finds him in the heels. And now they're locked in with them. A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge for Monjet. He's on the other side of the map. There's the layering of these ults coming in.
All of them actually coming. That Viper's Pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe an easier position. This from Monjet is not going to find anything. Fnatic getting all together. And Kayak going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ. Vice ultimate coming onto play. Only those secondary weapons for Fnatic.
This surely is it for RRQ. This is a great reaction. It's a heavy investment. They've even got a nice disconnected position from Monjet. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy. 2v2. Time, though, starting to fade away here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ, but they've managed to find a response here, Bea. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Guy's ultimate for next round if they want to use it, but it has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient, taking the space for them to use the proper ultimates. Kayak, yesterday we did not see him with the operator, probably because Fnatic did not have enough credits to even purchase it.
Nice guys.
Definitely should be a change for today. So important as well, the way that they played that post plan with Xfero. Yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had to be outside of that fight for that post plan to be successful.
That was 4 ults, though. That was everything near on. Yes, they're still crazy, guys, but look at this off position. Yeah, it's stunning. Kayak gonna get away with the first. Jemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. But maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jemkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way, I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration, really, forced to be respected, and curiosity starting to mount, though. Lovely work of synergizing that, at least with the Fade Eye going through. Going to confirm there's still attendance over on this side.
Yeah, and after the pause, we've seen RRQ just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble at the beginning of every round.
Oh, all of this just for Boaster, and he's still alive. They still haven't cleared him. He's still standing. Someone kill him! Finally goes down. But the brother-in-arms swings back in. Xfero falls, and now Crashy's once in on this side. He's damn close. Okay, forced to give away a little bit of the position and slow down from maybe springing forward. But catching Cushy trying to take some space. They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
Yeah, Alpha using his ultimate. It's not going to go down. And it's only Crazy Guy to defend this post plant. Already opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon. Alpha doesn't care. Closes out the round. Chronicle diffusing. He's gonna half it, probably just give it to another one of his teammates. Still, RRQ after that pause just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble. They've been dodging Kayak and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
It's too early for that, isn't it, Lauren?
It should be, but again, they're finding no easy solution to having anyone to clear out whoever's going to be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
You're the guy.
comfy.
You're the man. You're
Literally,
the man.
it looks comfortable for Fnatic, and I'm glad they've used both timeouts here because, again, it's been Boaster or potentially on occasion why it was Crashy sat there as well with it, but they haven't found a way to clear that out without using what? There was a Fatal on it. There was everything put to this.
I think the most important part is that they are clearing out. They do get to kill the person that is in tree. The problem is the second layer that they have not been able to find a solution to. It looks like A is not the kind of side that Fnatic is more down to play for the retake because they want to fight their opponents as they walk onto the side. So maybe it's time to change the plan. Hey guys, maybe we've been too focused onto A, but even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won one rifle round, and that has to change.
Yeah, this is looking like Fnatic have a lot to prove here, really. After the loss to Gen G, I think a lot of us kind of walked away, though, I don't say expecting it, but Gen G looked one of the most lethal teams during Swiss, right? Like, I think that's a really fair assessment. Those guys look like they could do a deep run. Anyone who doubts that,
they said it yesterday. Like, I think it was Munchkin that said, anyone that didn't pick us as a team to fight, they're cowards. And he said that was cold.
That is actually so cool.
Chronicle 9-2.
Yep. Kayak up there.
No wonder he's smiling, telling everybody that they're great.
I mean, nothing's really hindered them. Waiting to see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so putting everything into it, pretty much. Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the C site. That's just going to be Chronicle basically closing the door. You want this, you got to put a whole lot to it yourself. Now, Sparrow.
Oh, no. He found a kill. He found the kill with the Odin.
Yeah, but
do we take that?
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat-lining for RRQ, and it's devastating, right? We know that these guys are very good. We know how good Jemkin was. We know how much people are hyping this team up. Even yesterday,
Absolutely.
You look at Cushy, he was doing great. You're looking at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. But today, it feels like it's compounded.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xfero doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the alert, trying to find something.
Oh, and all they find is that Chronicle putting on a clinic.
Is this the third flawless round for Fnatic just in this half? 12-2 currently for Chronicle. Finally, these better performances and this impact that Kayak keeps finding with the operator, something, as I was mentioning, it was not there yesterday.
Nothing's perfect.
As I was saying, the economy, of course, with all of these rounds for Fnatic is not looking good for RRQ. Desperation on their faces. How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack. And Fnatic has a lot to play with.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh, Chronicle with the operator. I'm so down for this.
Okay, that's maybe not what even I expected, but it kind of baits them in as well. You'll think that's going to be Kayak, so again, he can have impact with that ultimate elsewhere. And they don't clear Alpha. And look at his confidence. He overstays on this, willing to fight out. There was no getting out of there, it felt like, but still, a 1-for-1 trade. Cushy gone. And down to this 4v4.
Very similar plan as what we saw in the previous round. Just go in for that mount control, maybe fight for those orbs, trying to get something going, especially for that last round and whatever you could use for this one. Crashes is so ready with this Odin. Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
Certainly could be. Boaster ready, everything there. Look at the state of them, trying to back away. Boaster actually getting a bit hungry for this, and Kayak going hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak! He's on one today! Phenomenal performance already. And RRQ looking down in the doldrums here, Bayer. This is a hard performance to come back on into that second half. I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds, but they're not getting past that first hurdle.
30 seconds left. Still with 30 seconds left. He needs to try and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic, huge bank and nothing to lose, and apparently should go hunting for him.
And it just keeps compounding the problems, right? This makes it feel like that you can't breathe. It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full force of Fnatic. 8-3. It's a strong showing, pulling no punches now.
Hey, RRQ has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked, though, for Boaster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the utility. Maybe that Seize and the Odin could have been the death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The Odin is still here, this time obviously in the hands of Crashies. Has to respect it for now. Could assess the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards Rubble now. Wants to confirm that. He calls in the rotations, or are you going to see Kayak leaning through towards the door? Boaster passing through CT. Now, this is a show of presence, and they go the other side. Now, they don't know about this, though. Maybe heard this rattle off a shot in the last round, but is that in the forefront of their minds? Chronicle waiting, eyes locked on this corner. And the patience just falling short. Calls for the one-way, dodges the flash, waits for the Prowler. Couldn't quite find the timing to thread the needle, but now they back away. He's read the next layer to RRQ's approach.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deeper line, but Kayak finds to stop. Hello, 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 hello! He's gone down, but Chronicle's found on the other side. The spike! Oh God, Chronicle! It's a massacre over here! Jett trying to take steps forward, delayed by the util, Alpha in support. There is no easy path. There is no straightforward way through. And for xffero, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes, but to find the other 3 was never going to happen here. 9-3 Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be more than happy. They're usually on the other end of a 9-3, but you know, we still have the second half to care for. So let's take a small break and we'll see you on the other side.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Jsem tu, kámo, jsem mysnul půlku, co se dělo, 9-3. Jak jako 9-3? Problém je, že ani nevím, co se dělo v bingu. Problém je, že ani nevím, co se dělo v bingu. Tak to je v píči, no. To už bingo jako bude extrém hard hitovačka.
So back here at 9-3, we're going to be checking in on that Coinbase econ report. I'm sure it's going to tell the tale pretty much of what we expect though, Bea. A very one-sided look coming in from Fnatic.
Yeah, I want to see the numbers from Chronicle. People,
Poster má nulu? On má 0 killů?
So there's double digits, and look at Chronicle with 147. Yeah. Well, my main is
no, on je prostě...
So, yeah,
má nulu?
Yeah, he looks lethal today. Does
Jak může mít nulu?
I think that on the other side we need to talk about Jemkin, right?
Yes.
We see that 15, but I think it has to do with the difference between him playing on the Euro on this map and him playing on the Raze. I think that is going to play a very big and important part now that we move on to the defense, because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a pick, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that team. He's not going to have that facility now. And I wonder what the plan is going to be for RRQ. Yes, they have the Omen, the Viper, and the VÍCE. They should have, technically, an easy time. Or an easier time.
Yeah, I'll go for easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it, but they did pick up the pistol. So maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end
second
of
half.
how aggressive
Tam budou
Fnatic
dvě
were being.
rychlovky, dvě nulky a bude to dobrý.
Early contact made.
Zuki a zdár Kinga, hello od Zukiho, klasika.
Taking a lot of time. Some utilities falling down.
Bot coming back. And there's nothing really stuck. Oh no, be it a mini-map moment. It was a fumble there from Kushi. And that's the gates open. He knew they were there. The flash confirmed it. The early peek confirmed it. And Kayak, he's going hunting. Again, they're going to make this hurt. Fnatic are pulling no punches. We'll say it again. Proactive in every angle. Again, explores CT. A little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No. Kron's already got it. They are making RRQ reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha. Again, on red alert down here, but the site being retaken.
Protože ten Kayak takhle tahá, to je extrém, jak je tahá.
Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. Alpha! Sharp as ever. Xfero's gone down, 21 HP, but the time he's buying is precious. 10 made for Fnatic.
Tak to bude rychlovka, no. To bude kámo.
And it is a brutal beginning for RRQ.
Then finding the kill. 3 people pushing on to see, finding the VÍCE, getting that first kill. We see Kaya going on the aggression. Alpha waiting in his back, just going with him as well. A bit slower, of course, because race is what it is. But loving this isolating fights. Alpha, you're just moving like a dream. It's not only the vibes. This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried because that was... They're looking almost scared in this scenario. Oh, and that's maybe why Kayak's not missing a shot. This shouldn't be much of a round. But
Kayak prostě je dobré.
On 11.
You say that you should have seen Fnatic versus Genji.
Well, I like this though. Paint Shell could be big if the timing's right. Maybe it's too late in the day. Surely Monyet. Hello.
Má 2 klasikem.
Maybe the hero they need. A quick weapon found. This is huge from him. After a quiet
a oni nebudou čekat Alfaera.
Wait, sorry, where's Alpha? Someone look, someone is
looking.
I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, they've seen him. Alpha. Oh my god, stop! He still takes down Jett. That's a 3v2 though. The numbers are good here. Gifted by Monyet on his 3rd.
Spike here.
Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle.
To je blbec. To co udělal? Bingo, jo? Tam je ten Moně 3K. Kámo, ne, to neprohrajou tohle kolo, ne?
He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempted. Oh, it's huge! Crazy guy with the red bull clutch. Necessary in this moment.
I do not want to say it's spoken into existence, but Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday.
Moně 3Kčko, jdeme. Boom.
The look of them being a little bit faster in this executes, Moně and the rest of RRQ so ready in the seaside to stop Fnatic from taking the site.
Můžeme tam rovnou dát i, že se hraje Haven. Že se bude hrát druhou mapu. A Icebox ban, protože se nehraje.
But Chronicle doesn't want to give them much more. Now Crazy Guy was like, do you know what you guys are doing? I'll have a bit of that.
Have a taste of your own medicine. He actually finds a couple of kills. It's 3-3 now.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic even in this sort of round. Identifying going through the paces, getting the test over towards Rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Kushi's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this. Crashies from down below.
Jinak dneska jsem byl v Praze a že jsem mi koupila Gavery. Normálně Kačenkovej los. Normálně Kačenky, chápeš? Jsem se odjebal. Jsem viděl a byl jsem jako ty chci. Ty chci.
I think a couple of 3v1s, well 1v3s from his side.
Crashies alleviate some of that dodging. Out of the paranoia, he's still here though, and they fight forward. It's Crashies. Oh my god! How have they stolen that? Thrifty. It was meant to be the turnaround for RRQ, and it is crushed.
Dal bych tohle do Fatesova kláč, úplně nevím. Bylo spíše na jednička jako.
Things were looking better for RRQ, but Crashes, he just has
a different
opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
Come on, boy. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me. Him and me.
Tomu stojí kár, tomu bolstrovi.
I-Series poster. Back at it.
To tam tak držel, kamaráde.
Let's look at what the protocols look like here. We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in that previous round that actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up though. A quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here where Fnatic are kind of hurting towards.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult really execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
Spike down. Those damn stingers, man.
Crashy's head ringing after that one. Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but a 3-play stack. Kayak. You're good, you ain't that good. Ooh, that has cost him a lot. Ball does get cleared.
Surely. Not back to back to back, right?
You look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monyet kind of playing it in off maybe the paranoia. Looking to potentially set up, I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is. So Kron, he shouldn't have been able to get this far. That's my issue. He shouldn't have been able to get this far.
Já jsem si myslel, že to tam... Já jsem si myslel, že tam máme portu za ně ten Monět, to bych se pojebal, kdyby takhle portnul. A fakt zase vylurkované jako vždycky.
Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go into the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here.
To dobré, counter stingery jsou prostě crazy.
This is good from RRQ. 8 seconds now and Fnatic have found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive and the time has gone from them. RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely. Now back to back to back. Doesn't matter what you bring into the round, it's more what you do with it. And RRQ, a very good idea of how to play with those stingers. The damage that they can do. Moni, I feel like in this round, we saw him right after the pistol, in the eco, him getting a couple of kills. Him also feeling himself in finding those first ones.
I mean, Monyet for me, has been pivotal so far.
Oh, yeah.
He isn't sitting towards the very tip top of the board. That's crazy guy. He sat down, you know,
Yeah, but the
9-14.
difference is
But the value
Kámo, Jimkin má
is there.
4-14. Co se děje těm Apex, kámo, a čínským duelistům, že tady na International úplně hovno. Nechápu.
Yeah, a pace change here and a punish. Chronicle gonna catch crazy guy instantly off the rip.
To je konec toto.
Odin in this game.
Yeah.
Almost in every round, I must say.
I mean, and look at the buy that Fnatic have forged around it as well. This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the men advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Kurashi's to get that information onto the site, you trigger some of Kushi's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
But I quite like the deeper wall. I quite like that actually from Kushi here. Wonder if it does pay dividends at this point though.
You're gonna think maybe it's on B, they still haven't explored that part of the map.
Ty, oni tam stakují ve třech docela ty defendři.
See, maybe it's going to be Crashy's testing for it. Yeah, doesn't hear it either. So I quite like this adjustment. It is testing the protocols. Because if Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone at this point. Now, it does have the ult if he did want to use that as almost the bulldozering factor, but as it stands, the correct read until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this C side of the map, the rest looks very vulnerable there.
Almost 4 players from RRQ already ready on C.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side. They believed in it.
Kámo, oni hodně ready na C, když je to B. Jako Fnatic má dobrý midround, to je insane.
They've also seen nothing. This is getting curious. This should also be setting off some alarm bells about this retake potential coming in. Plants now down. And Jett is walking carefully, slowly, cautiously.
No, to už je Fnatic kolo, to už nejde Little prohrát. Čum, Alfire už tady běží. Už můžu dát fast flank, když tak. Stačí, aby teďka jako, no, Chronicle tady odsaď ze shoda. Kámo, mají insanitu úplně. OK, Alfire, boom. Klasikem to normálně flanknul a vyhrál kolo. To je konec.
But it worked out in the end. And Fnatic were so slow yesterday. We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down, they still think time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking such advantage of this advantageous 5v4 right at the beginning. Yes, the trades were coming in for RRQ. Are you really going to expect that Chronicle is pushing from behind with an Odin? You expect him to be playing from main and whatnot. Very good round, and now 7 rounds for Fnatic to close their map pick.
And already Jett has fallen.
Kayak je farmí, to je konec. Jako ze Ken Bedro, co si budeme, ale. Ale Fnatic jsou Kayak army jako docela.
Yeah, and he sadly hasn't.
Kayak has to nade again. Got everything for a Kayak round.
Waiting here though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second and RRQ.
Good freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage. Wait and see if there's a response for them. You
tak aspoň Kayak Ace, ať to mám do binga.
You can rest assured. Yep.
Když tak vykřičník bingo, myslím. Nebo vždycky mezi hrama ho vidíte.
Contact made. It's very gotta be careful here. Doesn't take too much damage, but
a kdo chcete mít své bingo, tak běžte na Discord do main roomky. Asi to můžete škrtat pro dobrý pocit. GG, ty vole. První mapa out.
Up to his usual business, but the pacing, the tempo player, they came in looking mean today.
They've got all the moves, Lauren. Everything is ready for a lower bracket run. On the other side, we see an RRQ showing up those maps without the deco, and it's not looking brilliant, but hey, they decided to go into Haven. That will be the next map. So let's toss this to a break and gather some thoughts from the analyst desk.
Be late about a week ago. I worked my ass off. I'm still getting paid though. And I just enough to get up in this club, have me a good time until my time was up. Hey, let's get now. I want the time of my life.
Ten zdám co, jako jede.
Oh baby no. Give me the time of my life.
He be hitting it though.
Yeah.
He be hitting it though. God damn. No nic, tady je bingo zatím. A ty vole, druhá mapa, no tak to je konec. Hele, druhá mapa bude... Haven. To je v piči. Ten má jaký Fnatic. Dobrý. Ten mají taky Fnatic dobrý, to je v prdeli. Pro nové sázky Fnatic proti RRQ. Kdo vyhraje druhou mapu? Sázky otevřeny. Počkej. Sázky otevřeny, good luck všem. Sázejte pecky. Nechci vidět jenom bangry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A teď piju hodně té vody, musím na vecko, to je extra. Sázky, nebo vám naložím taký bomby, kámo, vám dám taký lokty severský čapáky. Gary nám hodí side eye a já na koho hodí side eye mu dám loket, na vecko na tu.
Here with Coach Milan. Now, Milan, long day yesterday. You guys obviously had to choose your priorities. So, what did you guys decide to focus on coming into today? Was it trying to keep it as clean as possible, or resetting the mentality, or making sure that you tweak the threats to make sure you counter RQ?
Straight up.
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round two. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it gives us reps, practice. So I'm happy with it.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
Welcome to my world, Jen. I've had that problem all year long in EMEA. But you heard it there from Coach Milan. They like to make things a little bit difficult for themselves. But this is a win, Mimi, and a dominant one.
It really is, and I think the biggest difference you can see from this and the
Jak
last
moc to vyndat tu jahodu, vole.
just like the energy they are bringing, the confidence in all of these players. I feel like it was really only Kayak and Crashies who were taking over, who were having those moments in their last game. Here, the entire team is popping off, taking timings, showing that energy on the stage as well, and it's so clearly reflected in the result of that match.
I think Coach Milan saying focusing on themselves is a big thing. That's why probably they pick Lotus instead of going to something like Icebox that we were mentioning before. Not having to focus on how, you know, you're struggling for the side of RRQ against Wolves before and try to anti that. You're playing your bread and butter, which is Lotus, one of your best maps, and you're playing to perfection, and nobody's able to beat you towards that. Even if they know where you're going to be playing from and where you're positioned, they were still winning all those fights.
And it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment, and if you ever had doubts about Kayak before, Vans, I think he put those to bed.
Yes, definitely, and it starts over here. If anything, when we look at the macro side from RRQ as well, and from Fnatic, there was a little bit of preparation coming across, and look at the bait and switch coming through. And Kayak going into, first off, yeah, a little bit easy on the first one, but just readjusting for the other two. Just very nice from macro to micro from the whole side of Fnatic.
Yeah, we do focus a lot on the overall macro of how Boaster's calling these mid-rounds, but Fnatic's players do a really good job of setting up the little ideas like that. The trap play you see there, the Odin spam to push players away from A. They were getting all of that little stuff right in this game, on top of the big stuff as well. And, well, Kayak's numbers at the end of the game, one of those things, 21 and 11 for the rookie. He's doing great at Toronto.
Mimi, how do they keep getting away with it? Because we saw that play last year, the year before, the Odin. It's not new.
It turns out it's just good. Sometimes when you optimize a map that much and you are that good at making adaptations on the fly, of calling the mid-round, you can.
Vidíte, jestli bude hrát nebo něco. Ale Jett guide soRa. Já vám tady udělám teď jako guide, jo, takže ty. Vy všichni, pokud jste na YouTube takhle, doma je guide, pokud jste na YouTube, koukáte se na video a tady vidíte, že Jett guide, jak hrát Jettku, soRa, tak na to klikneš, ty zmrde. Pustíš si to úplně celý, kámo, bez adblocku jak já, všechny reklamy, protože mě podpoříš. Se zvukem se na to podíváš. A pak půjdeš a napíšeš, jakýho agenta chceš. Jasný. A dáš like. A dáš mi odběr. Jestli ne, tak si pro vás přijdu domů a roztřískám vás, kamarád. Takže vole, bacha. Muted. To jsem nebyl při tom celém muted. Ne, OK. Je na konci, OK. Prostě bych vás roztrhal. Dejte mi tam like a koment. Vás rozbil. Ještě slyšeli, jo, tak já vám to řeknu co. Jak zmizel? Proč? Kámo, já nevím, ale proč to v tom vidím? To je v píči.
Yo, you can do that too.
How to tell. Pre-nerf neon. Life of Pocket Sage. Neviděli, tak ukaž.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You are too kind. Let's hold positions.
Takhle to nabíjí.
present.
Tak konec.
Let's rush them.
Jaká vysávačka. Je. Trošku se jde hrát. Ten Chronicle tam na té rejně, ne? Škoda.
I understand it now. I understand it now.
Jako Neonka před nerfem musela, to prostě bylo crazy, no. To z ní udělal medvěda. To z ní udělal medvěda. To koukáš? Animation předtím, než se začne hrát, jinak ahoj.
I'll take point.
Ahoj, ahoj.
Different battlefield, same crap. Two suppressed. Goodbye, Liam.
This is how it ends.
Got them. I'll take it.
Thanks.
Ještě jeden, ne? Kámo, byl takhle, bych měl nervy jak zmrt. No nic, první kolo pistolky nikdo to nečekal, jedem. Ale oni hrajou Neon Yoru, a tady se hraje Yoru ISO. Ale jinak to je vždycky Cypher, Omen a Sova.
Little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Not yet knows about this. A bit of a trade out, but I like this. I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B, trying to draw this. But if anything, you've now got a brawl with the big boys down towards Long. A pop with the shield, but it doesn't save you now.
Andělky ještě za ně zaportil.
Appearance behind, gonna find Boaster. Clears all three. It's beautiful
nádhera.
from RRQ.
Absolutely
Dobrý fake banger. Vyhráli duely, důležitý.
All those eyes on to B, so don't have that beautiful draw, forcing Fnatic to have a response, put in some pressure somewhere else in the map. If you have three people defending on A, Chronicle is going to be stopped by that trapwire, his position revealed now for RRQ.
And I love that, whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated Fnatic wanted to take back space, it worked perfectly with that pressure on B. Now, can they close this out cleanly? Chronicle and Crashies to try and mount some sort of resistance, not looking likely.
Ale a pak, že Fero nebude nikdy v tier 1, kámo. Teď chat sásky, kdo si myslí, že vyhraje. Sásky, sásky, sásky. Já kdybych mohl, tak se sadím, ale já prostě nemůžu, to poštve. Váš sázet do kaček, jak ty už víc sázet, bych ti dělal sásku. Ty nemůžu dokázat vyhlásit. Já bych se taky vsadil, ale já nemůžu prostě.
Clean round for them. We know that there's been some thrifties.
Řekl si, kdo nebude mít sazeno, toho nemáš rád. Protože si takhle vsadila, tak bych měl rád vždycky Kačenko. Ale takhle mám ještě víc. To je hodná kožička, jestli takhle vsadila. Monět!
Looks lethal, already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No threats to be found. Is out for the last one alive. And he's not in the action. You can see them trying to find a bit of stability, slowing it down. Now at this point they were still fine. They haven't lost out on too much. It was a couple of pistols here and there. But these remaining weapons they'd love to keep. Alpha.
Monět hraje low sense a vypadalo to jako, že hvaří velkou, ty vole.
RRQ pass the first test.
A lot of classics coming in from Fnatic, just that one sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven, seeing Monět on the duelist. I expected a different one, but I'm going to take the Neon. If it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game, all eyes on, I am so for it.
But we saw this before, we saw this on Lotus. The first 2 rounds are picked up by RRQ, and they only ended up with 5 in the end. So, this would be where we start to build in. This would be game on. You can see the early beginnings here, but Monět looks hungry. Already starting to try and take that space, puff out the chest a bit, but it's Kayak to win out this fight. So, backs away, job done. That's a tick in the box for him.
Still, Alpha here in position in case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
But I like the proactivity elsewhere on the map from Fnatic too, this mid-walk. It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it. Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it? He is.
To je špatný angle pod tím walkingem, no. To musíš, to je prostě v píči. Tam vždycky dostaneš bíru, tam musíš fakt jako sedět. Doufat, že dostaneš hard clear, i když jako crouchuješ, anebo prostě dostaneš vždycky přes píču. Zase Valorant logo, zase sedím v headquarters, Valorant logo na paneláku.
Crazy guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished. This now encourages Xfero to go for his own wonder, but Alpha's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but there does open up a chance for a trade. This now feels a bit scrappy. Individual near on, but a clear sight is a clear sight. Kushi's done well on this. Tap on the spike, but Bosa's not going to disrespect the dart. He's going to wait it out a moment. Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
Going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but as you're saying, Chronicle's just joining the fight. 2v2 situation.
They hear the steps as well. Jemkin going to be blinded. Now it's game on. Kushi forced to swing.
To bylo Kushi. Ta se není v bingu, viď?
Converting this bonus is everything they would have wanted here. After a shambles of a first map, that is how you start things off.
Love the patience that they've had working around the map, thinking about the tells that Fnatic could have. If Kayak was going to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Kushi as well, seen him on the solo.
Hello man, how you doing?
So good.
How you doing?
A standout in what was a bleak beginning for RRQ.
Battle. Starým fotrem.
Speaking of pace, Monět back to business.
I haven't been playing Valorant for a while, man.
Speaking of fights, Boaster's failed his there. Jemkin all too
Only watching. Go to watch, yeah. I'm chilling, bro. Only watching, like Watchparty. Starting to play from next arc.
And someone I do want to talk about in this round, unless it gets a bit messy, is
taking a break from the game.
It's rare he underperforms. But
yesterday he did not have a good Haven.
No, he did not. And even he was saying
komu fandíš tady? Asi RRQ, ale dostanou přes piču.
We know the potential is there. It's rare to see him have a enough game. This is a chance to make up for it, but a slowish start, 2 to 3, not exactly.
Don't really have enough time to play in tier 2.
Again, you hold it to a high standard when you talk about, the young wonder kid. But this round shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Ooh. Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in the meantime, what they
I would play if I would get paid. Without pay, no. And there is not out of team
Giving
that pay
Jemkin that
right
spike,
now.
so he's 1 away from his ultimate. That could definitely make the difference on the next round.
Carry.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now
RRQ
support slows down the tempo.
That's
going to try and disconnect away towards long as well. Time being bought here.
Kayak on the flank now with that stinger.
And it is stingers though. You can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. And a little bit of a back and forth, but again for Kayak, it's
Kayak.
Okay, that's a shot, but Jemkin quells that threat down to the
Však to už není
3v3.
vyhratelný.
Time is going to start ticking here. They still have the
Save.
fight. He's still got one. Yeah, beaming him down.
Okay.
This
I do
guy's
I
aim
have
is
170
nothing
ping
to
on
be
and I even on you.
underestimated. This protocol is a formality.
Don't really know, man. I have like, I have 100 to 130, 140.
In the score right now. RQ with 3 very
Probably
important ultimates.
there's bad connection.
What could be
to
one
an
of
A
the
from
rounds
your
that
server.
defines
It is
this
what it is,
half.
though.
Fnatic back on track and to get some money in.
Točí nějaký chlebem.
Monia and Jenkin keep finding
Útočíš na něj špičkou penisu a kam mu ho dáváš, jakoby. Thank you, man. No worries.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing as well, right? You're seeing
Just focus on EU, man. Fuck, that shit is boring anyway. With hyping. You cannot do shit about it. Nice, za YouTube to na prdel to říká. Masivně nakládá Zojkrosal na prdel. Takže masivně nakládala špičkou penisu a potom jako dostal na prdel. Ne on, no jakože on dostal, ty jsi mu nakládala špičkou penisu a on dostal masivně na prdel pak ještě.
Hearing them already back away is pretty good, and I don't
Divoký
think the
gamer.
Alpha actually managed to press that corner, but Moniette's got 2 players to deal with. Kayak wants the information, Moniette wants a fight, he wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here.
A nepoužil stun, když měl stun, co pro ne, ten Moniette. By aspoň donutil odportit. Tam máte docela sůzky.
Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of that.
4v3, Boaster now peeking on to see with that operator.
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster, shot goes astray. Thought that was his all day not to beat. But a 2v4 Bayer, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage trigger.
To máme 2v4, myslím.
Jemkin goes walking, I quite like this. He's got to get
Ne, nemáme. Máme tam 1v3.
Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get down Kron.
1v3. Když to vyhraje, mám bingo. Ty vole NT.
Reclear the site, 3 stay standing.
Yeah, Boaster, a couple of operator shots, no kills. Maybe just give it back. Just give it to Kayak. And speaking about Kayak, him finding 2 in almost all of the rounds was something that we saw yesterday, and apparently we are going to see today on the side of RQ.
Kámo, to je crazy, jak si dal ten Kajak na čas, na tu neonku a trackovali tam, co bylo insane.
If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard execute somewhere else in the map. Fnatic, they find their footing a little bit just for this round.
To bylo tak clean, to je crazy.
Alpha, when you're talking numerics with his ultimate, was very, very good. He seemed to always get that. But it has not been a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the Fnatic comp, right? So people started to read into it well. How do RRQ keep this in mind? Kayak's got his as well to throw into the mix. Player spotted, Moniette on the hunt. This guy is so bloodthirsty, I love it. Sheer aggression. And it doesn't look like a sickly stopping either. He is off to the races.
Neviděl, čekl to na minimapě. On to čekl přes minimapu. Tak to je crazy, to je dobrý.
Left isolated, he's in trouble because look who's hunting him down. Does well on one, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And again, Boaster needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these because Kushi's just taken away Kayak. It's time to save. You're going to be walking away with that.
You have to. 100 credits in the bank for him.
The tempo that RRQ are playing with is just gorgeous. I love this.
But it is so necessary for them. They've been struggling so much
dealing
with Kayak. Boaster is going to go down. 4 alive for the side of RRQ, back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that A control.
Duxahurem, vyhrává, srovnal ti pomstu. Já budu... Ty že si jdu pro pomstu. Párnem. Prohrál jsem. Ale já se nevzdám. Já se v životě nevzdávám. Míníčkem ve Fortniteu. Jsem ti dal napít. Míníčka. Zojkuju na Bloodborne. On, prej je to banger na konci. Cringem, bohužel prohrává. Buttplugem prohrává. Já nejsem...
lacking, I think is the best, fairest way to put it. But this is the team that scares people, right? They can shoot so damn well. Jemkin's on 8-1. Easy to miss when you've got Monyet flying into the side. But this guy is right there. It's cost Fnatic an early time here. Round
Jak se, kámo, tohle stane?
We've got a bit of a weird buy, but we've got plenty of ults.
Exactly. They're going to have
SORA útočí na Gavery SORovo Dickem. Sice jsem myslel o sobě moc, ale Gavery se to líbí. To je, kámo, osud prostě. To je prostě osud. To je konec.
What we also see is some charge in the hands of Monyet, and with how fast he's been entering onto every single one of the sides.
Pomstil Dickem prostě. To jsem si
This is giving Jing with the raise and the god.
Oh wait, no. Has he gone for the stinger instead?
No.
I know. Devastating.
Boo.
Okay, but 5-1.
Oh.
Make it hurt.
I thought of Heretics for a second. Sorry.
Make this hurt. RRQ, you had a rough map one. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us why people were eyeing up Jemkin like he was the second coming of Christ. This guy was everything to them, and I like this change. Again, this early kind of expectation.
Jemkin úplně nejvíc tahal v APECu, proto vyhráli, byli number 1. XLG Rarga úplně tahal, kámo, proto vole byli rank 1. Teď se neděje ani jako Jemkin tady docela hrajou, ale chápeš. Konečně se něco děje.
Fnatic are being outcalled on this.
Spike planted. Spike's gonna go down. A lot of noise from Monyet. Nothing is going to be spotted, and all the positions from RRQ. Kushi already taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone. The paranoia. Oh, not going to hit.
Nice shot.
Crashes is going to hit on Pharah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's don't make Boaster jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But there's still a post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because of the time. You can hear it. The clock's already ticking. So it's going to be down to the wire. And Monyet will happily invest the ult if it means the round's secured. And he's just going to go nuclear. Look at him. Farming them up. Dropping the bodies until Crashy's denied. But this is round one. Again, I love what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in their head. They know they've had to try and deal with him. And they punish this here.
Yeah, especially with a lower
Jsem poslal vidět na Discordu, jak to paří. On jede pecky.
Having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monyet, making all that noise, using all of that utility, but especially in this later moments, we see Monyet getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't be anything without the Kushi using the recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round for RRQ.
And they can't stop though.
Still, full bingo, full house for the side of the ultimates of Fnatic. We saw that the round on the attack that RRQ got on Lotus was with all of those ultimates.
Hold on. Just waiting to see if anyone would dare disrespect that smoke. You can see the temptation for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here. That's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime they're building towards C.
Klasikem tě zabil Booster. Klasikem tě zabil Booster, když máš Vandal, tak to...
A lot to be utilized. Into the post plant we look at the utility. Monyet still got plenty. Jemkin still with a bit. Crazy Guy has a full house basically in place, so a lot to be done here. And this position.
Ty píše Monyet tady. To je debil. Dobrý.
Layers to this though. Kushi's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Kushi's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down to 2. Jemkin and Crazy Guy. Can you hold on to this up against the 3 of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in. They can't take him away from it.
Fnatic finally manages to get a round on the board. We said that those ultimates were going to be important right at the beginning of the round. Crashy's trying to create some conditioning for it. I have to say, did Booster not have a weapon? Because he got a kill with the classic. I don't know if he ran out of bullets.
It wouldn't be the first time he's
Kámo, ten jejich smoker to dojebal. Čum, on nehodil one way. Crazy Guy hodil smoke pro týpka na bombu a ne one way. On dostává zaplaceno, kámo, tedy 100 000, kamaráde, a neumí hodit one way. Pojď situaci. Kámo, tak to je crazy. Kámo, já být Jemkinem, tak mám tlaky jak blázen, že kámo, můj teammate ani smoke ty kokot nehodí. Správně. Píču, mám 11-1, kámo. Mám 3 killy za kolo a můj týpek ani smoke nehodí správně, jako Van Way, bro. Neumíme.
Chronicle just trying to drift in behind that though. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled, and they're going to get the plant from this.
Já, tady bude arenka.
Lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight. X-Fair waiting way behind, expecting Fnatic to, again, push through A.
Well, they have been punishing those flanks a lot, right? The amount of times we'll see a player behind, but this mostly is going to go through CT, through Garage. There's that ult, and there's the catch. Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space. And the one
nádherka.
Against the odds. Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin on the 1-2 punch. That's the player we've been waiting to see.
That is the Jenkin that we were promised and has finally arrived in Toronto. 7 on the board for RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized, Bayer. This looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 if it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They needed to believe they deserve that top seed. That they could do such things against a team like Fnatic.
16-2 má týpek.
Has been stolen and tried out by many teams. One of them being them, so they know exactly where the weaknesses are.
And again, in my mind,
16-2 má Jemkin.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding.
To ani není, že to hraješ proti, já nevím, ty kokot. Bílý.
But a mid-walk is their reaction. IF not going to connect. It looked close, but not close enough. Going to try and prop up Alpha, play him into this. But again, RRQ are no slouches. They're going to go through the checklist.
Yep.
And they shouldn't be making errors. They can take their time here. They don't have to play at the tempo that Fnatic would want.
Fnatic, of course, money's not the best. Too many rounds on the side of RRQ. Taking their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here.
Dobrý off-angle.
Crazy guy going to be the end of this round for him.
Ty král si dali úplně dobře na čas.
Played in well with the curiosity of the Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game from him.
I think he must have felt a little bit, you know, unlucky when he got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh.
Anyone else, please?
Ale on má taky ten skin, co chci já. Připomeňte mi, že bude halftime, chci se kouknout na Valorant, co mám v shopu. A až tam bude jednou ten Vandal, tak já se ho koupím, přísám. Tady ten, přesně tady ten.
Really upset potential in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ knew what they were doing, choosing this map. They knew the Fnatic played it yesterday. They saw no surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this song. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1,
Ale tak zase pak bude defend, viď? S Neonkou, to bude jiný.
Their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them in that first half. But with a couple of rounds left on the attack, they need to get something else on the board. We're speaking about, what was it?
Dal bych si něco dobrého, nějakou sušenku si vezmu
and Eco, right?
Yes.
And then we had, no, it was after, because they won the bonus. It's coming back to me. But there's been rounds with a lot of utility invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones, and never in comfort. We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from flawless to flawless in Lotus, and that right now RRQ are defining this Haven. This double duelist. Jemkin is back online, and just following him is Monyet. Oh, I want a big cheese too. I don't know what a big cheese is. Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't even paying attention to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, you know, ham it up to the crowd, because I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice, but the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that.
They remind me a lot of the Japan one.
Ooh,
it was so good.
Yeah. Okay, all right, glazing over. Time to focus. Fnatic let's see if you can recover anything these last couple of rounds, right? And again, though, in this moment for RRQ, they can flip the script themselves, right? They can come back into this call, yeah, nice timeout, guys. Anyway, we're going to just change things up. Good luck.
On tam vidí pod tím smokem, jestli šel někdo na backside. A B3, kámo. Crazy.
Bye-bye. Monyet back to the side. He did actually get Jemkin down, which is wild. Hold on. Ooh, I thought that was on the money. It wasn't for the second time. But the plant's going to be coming in now. Garage pressure from Alpha coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders. Didn't even catch that one.
Teď o tobě ví.
For now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Paranoia, still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to be an instigator. We've got to see the man, the Wonder Kid himself. He needs to make an appearance. And it looks like RRQ trying to bolster the numbers on the site, and here he goes. Alpha strides in, kicks down the door, couldn't get the second. Crazy Guy denies now, Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together, though. It's not working out when Monyet is doing these things. RRQ defying expectations now. Keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds.
I absolutely love that out of the 2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the execute. On the other side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see an RRQ that is hitting everything. And it didn't even matter that Jemkin went down at the beginning of the round.
And now it's not an over game, right? It's still not even an over half, but I do start considering map 3. And a loss like this weighs heavy, right? We have to talk about the mental effect this could have on Fnatic, even after you throw in what happened in game 1 they played, but
byla taktika, že když někoho tak ne, tak ho podesovat za ulti, on by se na ní prostě rozeběhl.
An expectation, and they bite on the bait. Look at them, 4 players. They're quick to react, though. They've decided, yeah, there's nothing behind that. We've cleared it. I like this late pressure through soRa as well. That could potentially catch him. No, Monyet wins that fight. Boaster goes down. On towards C, they want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning it!
Ale počkej, nech pronikl tam. Tasová ulti tě dojebe, G.
As it's only crashes alive in a 1v4.
Space.
Oh, this is outstanding from RRQ.
A 10-2 half. We were speaking about
how
good Fnatic was looking after a 9-3 on Lotus. But a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up on the second half.
It's over.
No, let's go on some.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
The beauty of the lower bracket resides in the fact of its fatality. At 10-2, Fnatic will be feeling this now. The likelihood of a map 3 becomes real. And then the chance of survival comes down to 1 map. And it all compounds, Bayer. It all becomes a little too real, and those echoes of Shanghai get closer and closer. We get ourselves ready for the second half, but this is starting to feel Like the tempo is shifting.
Yeah, and as we can see by the Coinbase Econ report, Jemkin is on one. We were saying that about Chronicle on the previous map, but Fnatic are finding today their worst fear. The form that RRQ proved to have in Pacific. They're showing it today. They're showing it in this second map. They are not defeated after that first Lotus. And a map that has always been so good for Fnatic is about to take them onto somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. That is into the dark, but it's not over. 2 rounds isn't a lot, though. It takes one mistake, one snowball round, one all ultimates online.
And with the pistols have been going, Lauren.
Yeah, or one Jemkin round, one Mon-Yet round. Look at the score. Look at the state of those two. Absolute monsters. We go into the second half now, and it is going to be sweaty palms for Fnatic here. They need a pistol, and that's not how you start it.
Yeah, Alpha cannot seem to connect on this Haven. And him going first with that Sheriff. Not finding him out. He's about to buy as well.
Já jsem mutet, my bad. Kámo, oni jsou ve 4 na A siteu, oni je tak readují. Kámo, 9 lidí. Teda, no prostě 8. On stanul svýho. On stanul svýho tou neonkou. Team stun prostě. To jsou tlaky. No prosím, ať vyhraje 1v3, prosím. Strašně bych si pískl. Škoda. My jsme si s Gavery dělali palačinky pár dní zpátky, kamaráde, a sežral jsem úplně raketu a sežral bych jich úplně v 50. No. Tam taky své personální asi 3krát. A sebe hlavně.
He needs a bit of it, old Boaster, given the battle cry here, but what a shot from Kayak.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to go to Kayak.
Yeah, this guy is monstrous.
Jsem to právě viděl za bídu.
And Crashy's concise as ever. Plays it well. No loose threads being found here.
I like that. You use the second round, you've got in that opener, you go and farm some orbs, thinking about the length that this half could have.
Oh god, what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing? Okay, thank you, Alpha. Thank you for remembering who you are. Bloody hell.
Já jsem farmil ultem na mi, sám flashnul jsem se víckrát než enemy. Luke, co tady mám tady kousek jahodového dortu. Kačenka má druhý kousek, jsme se rozdělili. Respektive Kačenka rozdělila.
And crazy guys just wandering around with this classic
on the other side of the
dobrý. So plant and play. Alpha gonna get a lot of farm for that.
Čím víc ožvejkám, tím lepší je.
You're looking at him getting close to that ult. Gonna need to
jsem se dal do puse, říkám, úplně nic moc a najednou, úplně dobré.
Again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get
co ty
himself
dneska jedl,
activated here. He needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building, and normally we wouldn't have that discussion, but a couple of bad maps can certainly make those issues occur. Now, overall bigger picture, Fnatic would be happy with that.
I don't know if there was a rifle there that can't get, but celebrating is also important. Now, on the previous half, we saw RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't go down here, because I think that that would have messed with his confidence massively. But again, Fnatic, they're no stranger to a comeback. I think to me it
starts mám na bingu Fnatic comeback, wait.
When the scores hits 11,
sure.
But for them, I think confidence-wise as well, for the rest of the tournament, it goes over there. And for the side of RRQ, you want to continue here. You want to go to that third map. You already proved it on the first half.
Yes. Again, they don't need to overly hurry this RRQ. I don't want to make, see them making kind of not silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds to play with here. Let's see them keep some composure. Yes, Fnatic, always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. There is caliber to this team for a reason. And a nice attempt there from Kayak, but forced away. Now, RRQ going to clear sight. They now know it's a deeper off-site post plant. How do they manage this one?
Instantní tapovačka. Chronicle vyhrál nejdůležitější duel. Vole. Oh můj bože. Kámo, týpek to tam prostě styknul, všichni si stoupli před něj, někam vyběhli, jeden naposled si s tou neonkou, kámo stoupnul před něj a konec. Jak si s tou neon stopnul na konci před něj, kámo, tak to je crazy.
Look at this! Look at this! But you know, you watch this round this point, you're like, nah, it's fine. Wait. Crazy guy, oh my god.
Feet and everything.
But it's so selfless, as said.
Jeden náboj stačil.
Willing to die for the cause. RRQ make it up to 11. And Fnatic will be reeling from that. Devastating. But a costly round, of course. Xvero takes a moment.
By ho sobě nedal vědět.
Well, it could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the position also
Na jednu stranu to je Gucci.
Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just him with all this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
How much does he get? He was
Ty pičo s Bulldogem seš tady, no tak to je mi tě líto, G.
Now he's got a lot of players, and he can't get past the first hurdle. Kayak with a good clear, keeping Fnatic on the warpath.
No, on ví, že teď se bude clearovat mid, to je klíčko naplně.
Very good read from Kron. And this should be the slam dunk now, really. No surprises for Crazy Guy and Kron. Good tag as well towards Xvero.
Having the position in both of the players, think about how Crazy Guy and Xvero, well, most of the people from RRQ, even though they were able to get that round, hold on, okay. The economy wasn't the best, so getting the kills here is also very important for Fnatic. Remove those rifles.
Yeah.
Jsou dvě kola, kámo, RRQ.
Were alive, so they get to build their finances pretty substantially throughout these last couple of rounds. That judge, not really.
Boom.
Gonna be
Wow. Ten angle, kde tě prostě uvidí dřív, ten člověk, co tam volkuje, pokud volkuje jako fakt dálku, takže
Very important as well
ti
to have
najebeno.
Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid. But he saw them. I think he was janking with pushing with the. Was it an operator or was it a vandal?
Idiot. Not too sure.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. We're not. It's going to be it. Yeah. Empty.
Unlucky. Prius on the replay is crazy. Now we got classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back, right? Again, normally I'd say you wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third, so you're gonna have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle, he's doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, you know, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this. This Crazy Guy. But this round isn't one that I'm all that mindful of. It is just classics. And for Fnatic, as long as they don't, you know, forget to maybe kill the person defusing the spike, they should be fine.
This is also very important, right? They're clearing the rest of the site. Yes, there are 3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way more rounds. RRQ just, you know, trying to find something, but probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players that we were highlighting. I really want to see his development on this second half, especially for soRa, so close to his ultimate as well. I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RRQ roster.
Very much with you.
Oh. It's a cute shot.
And Jar looks very suspect. Kayak, oh, I thought he got the second. I was about to say
okay, clear up.
It's all good in the end though, but the ults have been farmed. You got to look towards it. Kayak's got his. Alpha's got his.
Kámo, věříte, že RRQ dají ty 2 kola, kámo, no přestál se mi to líbit. Přestál se mi to líbit. To měl být timeout, bro.
A potential turnaround for
exactly. I mean, if RRQ is to lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout first. Yep. Because he would be a 5-1 in the half for the side of Fnatic.
A není no.
Jemkin on that operator. Need to cover up from B.
Zaberu jak PRX.
What's the look from Fnatic to begin with?
Stejně si myslím, že Ascent dostanou přes píču, ale vlastně teď. Jen prosím.
Protocol normally a safe pair of hands though. I don't see him making
I
many
když ty
errors. Kayak quickly clearing
by.
that C site.
Ale ty jak tam sfarmí jak debil.
Breaking that utility.
To je fričko pro
Spots
mě.
the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices.
Dejme Ascent je hodně jako Indiv, jak to tam drží.
Navigate away from most of the threats. Clean plant. Deep
Indiv hodně.
with a lot of ults to bank on. This is very, very good thus far.
Same at Sex, Pharaoh Chronicle has to be
A
in the
jako Indiv bych řekl, že mají Fnatic jako lepší. A dávali OK.
So much to RRQ. A tag could be lethal now. Okay. And into the site.
To je trvá teď, no jsem debil. Dobrý ten. Dobrá, jak jsme ne. Pěčka. Boom. Defusuje zase. Zase defused. Kámo, zase jim defusli, chápeš?
Get me that on the replay. How the hell have RRQ stolen away another round?
If it ain't broke, don't change it.
True.
It worked for RRQ 5v5 retake. And just by that ultimate forcing players out, Fnatic thinking that they had what it takes, that maybe that alpha was going to remove the
Tím, že umřel Crashies, tak neměl tu sova ulti, co by jim pomohla, no hodně.
The two rounds that they've lost this half have been those sneaky diffusers.
The gods the gods are smiling on RRQ today. But they have to get across the finish line, right? This is all lovely stuff. They still need to land that final round. Now Fnatic still have finances, because most of the time they've lost the round when there's like 3 of them alive. So for now, they can still get this purchase. They still have Crashy's ult. But they need to stick the landing.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course, Monier is the exception.
Tak ještě nehráli a Ascent je v píči a padá na tlaky. GG, že by?
Insult to injury, salt to the wound. Alpha trying to play up some space here, take something away.
Nebo záchrana ještě?
Trying to secure this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded. Kayak going to try and find it out, but Xpero going to find him.
2v3, 1v3. Kámo, jaký pecky? Ty pičo. OK. Jakoby... Počumím. Nemůžu vyhrasit. Počkej, jak ty vždycky děláš. Vyhrasit. Já vyhrasím. Můžeš založit, no třetí, když tak. Thank you. Já se jdu kouknout... Sásky. Edgy. Buďte edgy, dejte sásky. A já se jdu kouknout na to. Do shopu, že jo? Did G2 XLG was interesting? Did G2 XLG was interesting? Was? Kámo, já se v životě toho skinu nedočkám. Kupte mi někdo postavičku. Gifněte mi někdo postavičku. To je konec FR.
RRQ are taking us to a map 3, and with the way the atmosphere is in the arena right now, we have to come and check it out for ourselves, didn't we?
How is the atmosphere? Ah, that's better, that's
He's
better,
good.
that's
He's
better,
good.
that's better.
He's real good, but are you as good as RRQ, do you think?
Yes. Especially if I'm going to have to run double duelists. That was looking very good here for the side of the duelists of RRQ. I mean, they came up with a new game plan as we wanted to see.
I feel like this is the game we've been waiting for from RRQ. They've had kind of underperformances across the board thus far, but here you come out, you see Jemkin playing incredible, you see Monyet playing incredible. This double duelist comp just brought so much confidence to this team, their entire attack side. They were getting into these sites pretty much every time, and they just kept fighting through the post plants as well.
Speaks back to what you all were saying before. We want to bring a little bit more firepower to this second map. They come out with the double duelist. They were very quick, and 2 maps in a row here for RRQ. They get to start off on the
Já jsem třeba měl ten skin, co přišel, byl to Phantom. Ten, no, Phantom mě moc nebaví, no. Já potřebuji Vandala. Tady to banger, Vandala.
And when it gets to those moments when you're great on the push and pull on the side of RRQ, you can't take the retake for Fnatic that way.
Yeah, if you're RRQ and you were watching Fnatic's last game on Haven, you'll notice how slow their retakes always are. We were talking about it before this game, but they really love taking their time, waiting for the util to fade out. But when you're playing a post plant where your 2 duelists are just continuing to fight, continuing to get aggressive, it's so hard to get back in if you're waiting that long.
Yeah, and it's a different comp this time. You know, they had ran the ISO Yoru previously, but with Monyet on the Neon, Mimi, the impact was just there from the outset.
It seems like it would play similar to with the ISO Yoru instead.
Yeah.
You really have such a quicker pace with the Neon. The way they can be fighting for extremity control super fast as well is really, really good with that comp. So I love the pivot out of RRQ.
It almost looked like texture as well, playing for the Gen Z side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love here. The preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just a defuse
Kámo,
under
jak
their
to
noses.
podefuzovali
I mean, take a
několikrát,
look at
to
these
se
rounds.
zblázním.
2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. This could have been a comeback.
My boy, crazy guy. Go there, let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull up the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff type of play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see crazy guys succeeding not just with
To tam hned hledá jiný skiny, že musí nastavit.
with his individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a match against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
They can do it if they win out on
Gosh,
Ascent.
all
And you and
maps.
I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent where
Kámo,
is
jsou
where
všichni v
Fnatic
mínusu,
gets
ne?
nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RRQ's Ascent, it's the other
Plus
way
8
around.
má kámo kajak na
We're
first
gonna
blood.
find out soon,
Wow.
Vansili, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RRQ.
We're going into the unknown basically for Fnatic because yes, it was a weak map in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Teo meta, but in like a year and a half,
Riziko
they
spray na
haven't
Masters
really
jako by
played it. So now
to,
they
a
have an opportunity to say,
to si
okay,
bude každý
well,
pamatovat
they got
teďka,
kinda
aspoň
own
víš co.
against Wolves, speaking about RRQ,
Sázejte sázky,
there's a way
sázky,
for
kdo
us
si
to
myslí, že
exploit
vyhraje
this
druhou
and
mapu
also maybe bring on a
RRQ nebo
Delta
Fnatic, všichni
Yeah,
sázky,
they're
kdo si
gonna have some
nesadíte,
time to
nemám
prep
vás
for
rád.
Fnatic to
Je
see
to
what
jednoduchý.
RRQ did last time on this map, but I'm honestly a little bit conflicted. I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is going to close out
Drake,
this last
prosím
map,
tě.
if you want to see him take it home, let's make some noise.
Or is it going to be Fnatic
Tady bude
closing out
gamba.
the series?
Vyvadí jsem pět, tak to má 69. Ještě kliknu dvakrát, počítá se.
No, we're in the middle, so we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage, but let's talk about this ascent. You already mentioned.
Můžeš se nepět sám, jsou na farmě sám. Kdyby šlo, ne?
With Kron playing the deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher.
Zase nepůjde, nebo?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect composition, a perfect map as well for Fnatic to play this double senti. Because we just also mentioned how it was difficult for Jemkin to get great openings on the side of RQ when they're playing against Wolves. You're trying to be the tip of the spear, you're trying to be quick against your opponents, but you found nobody in the process because they were playing a slow-paced game on the side of Wolves.
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin, the last time they played this map, I think one of the biggest issues was
breaking Benjamin, broken Benji.
Into mid one in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking up completely alone. I think
klasický prostě broken Benji. Jo, máš svůj mood, ale tak... Tak si chilluj. Kdo nemá někdy svůj mood?
I'm hoping to see a Jemkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit too, because he needs a performance more like he had on that last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic. It would literally be Masters Shanghai all over again.
Yeah, down to the close game against Genji, down to the map that they could have won to 2-0 in that game. It would truly be a heartbreak for the number one EMEA seed. They have got to have a plan for Ascent.
That's the thing. They have all of the EMEA teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that number one seed.
Whereas Pacific, it's arguably the
přemýšlím, kde bych našel ženu jakoby pro tebe, Zek. KFC rozvozem. Alpha je na Chamberovi, no tak to je jízda.
I mean, I don't know if it gets to a point where you're playing triple senti right now against RQ, it'll be kind of crazy. But yes, Alpha in the Chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this
hrajou Jett, oni hrajou klasiku, RRQ.
When they're going to play their attack side.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be that Yoru coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flash.
Promiň, ženu no?
On the Sova there, and
to nevím, kámo, to jako taky nevím.
For dropping that flash initiator slot with the Yoru, allowing this chamber to come in.
And off the server, I need to see a better Fnatic in terms of mental. The defuse is
nějakou se měla prostě tvůj vibe, chápeš? Speciál, že nevím, to je speciál, kámo. To se show, ale chápeš. Každý je speciální, každý je něčem speciální.
A choose. And that's the thing, despite what just happened on that second map of Haven, they still have the experience to just push that aside and making sure that coming out with this brand new comp that RQ's not ready for, Fnatic is still going to be on top of their game.
I'm really looking to see what they have up on the attacking side. I think the strength of the chamber on defense is obvious, but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
That's the question.
Wow.
I think at this point here, you're going to see a little bit of a slow play on the side here of Fnatic too, just because they're playing this double senti at the
to by začal můj výrnes. Já zatím taky je KO. Já zatím jsem taky nepotkal, co tím nečul. In my whole life. A to přijde?
We are in uncharted
To přijde, kámo.
Completely in the unknown now. Fnatic coming in with a brand new composition.
Yesterday we were thinking, is Sunset the choice?
To přijdeš trošku méně čekat na klid sám, to nespěchám, to je správně, to je správně.
Today we have a response, and what a response that is. Chronicle for the first time in his career playing the VÍCE. Alpha, you're back on that chamber that we've seen so many times, but this composition, across the board, is not very known. Fnatic definitely has to have a very set plan for this last map, for this ascent, because it was their choice whether they wanted to start on the defense or the attack, and they decided that with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink of elimination.
Já hraju své videohry, chodím do práce, přesně jakoby co víc chtít, když si do práce, když máš free time, hry se videohry, kámo. Tech post, tu mám snad v bingu možná. Nemáme ji tady. Dá minulou mapu. To píče.
Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak's chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh,
the
red's
chilling
closing in. Hold on. ref commentary time. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He doesn't. I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified in my mind. Because look, if we can actually talk genuinely about this, it's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these
Adamem kamioním, nudeskama na Zojka a Zojko prostě mango tanečkem. Tak kámo, ale jakoby, vidíš to vyvážení? Jak na tebe útočí Sara, ale ty odpovíš? Mango tanečkem, kámo.
This is pressure. If he doesn't perform here, Bayer, that is devastating.
Absolutely, and we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this ascent.
Mě pošle kámo Gavery prostě banger, víš co? Esičku jak dement a já nomé budu jako dík, teď ti udělám mango taneček.
Playing on that VÍCE and that Chrome moves over there. We've seen a lot of double sentinel, but it never had the name of VÍCE and Chamber on it. So I want to see how that makes a difference. It looks like a fix it. Really God.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine. It's all good. Let's remember where we were. Fnatic chose to start here on this attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's
není 10, můžeme sát, můžu si být na loha sekci. Jemkin, boom. Špičkou jsem si myslel moc, no, protože ty potřebuješ celý deep dick. Ale 3-4. Dobrý push, ale ty víš, že no pohnout. Hodně ready, kámo, hodně ready.
As now both should be set up as well. Yeah, this is just perfect. Everything happening the way they wanted.
I like also getting the orb, something that has been very present, say, throughout this game. Getting those ultimates online. If you're going to start with a bang, if you have to do it from the attack, you're going to need those ultimates onto the sides. And for those executes, the spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Kushi just coming in from the other side of the map.
And again, we roll our minds back to the fact that we have seen RRQ.
Dal jsem profesionální válce viděl Reaver mit Rio. Rio, to je můj nůž.
That was the first time I was a bit worried, right? Seeing Jemkin not look quite as well played in on, maybe suffering a little bit. Kushi was great, but it wasn't the same sort of effect that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, play him.
Ale RRQ zvládají hrát jenom atak. Bo defend jenom jednu stranu prej z toho umějí. Dobře hrát na Ascentu. Immortal Vandalu.
Kushi, he takes a second glance. Oh my god, he's seen both of them. Stop it, Kushi, relax.
Já jsem se že nechci ten Immortal, já si jenom ten Primordium. Ten a Kuronami, ale Primordium nejvíc. Collection Baron Salzane, já taky. Tam mám vždycky.
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak about that match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got a pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of them. So you're in that scenario that advantage is already going onto the other team.
Jo, okay.
After how devastating for Fnatic that Haven was.
They need to start off strong.
Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
And also, I do want to put a little bit of a caveat to me.
Tak nevím, proč jim dali defend na začátku. Asi aby jim rozbili mentál a pak pro Fnatiky bude defend lehčí. Ten zvuk. Jako jo. Turně Seberu se ze mě zahrajou si ho párkrát, ale na ten Primordium to je jako úplně different skin. To je prostě nový stromeček, věř mi, že jako by to bude používat. Už ho teď používá hodně lidí, protože jsem chtěl ho začít používat, tak začali používat všichni ty kokot. A ten nový stromeček, myslím si, v jednu chvíli byla éra stromečku, že ho měl každý měl stromeček. Jak hrál Demon One se stromem, tak každý hrál kámo strom. Kolik teď vidíš stromečků ve hře, kámo? Jsi jakože typičně, někdo má stromeček? Byl Reaver? Ani ne, před stromečkem byl chaos, Titan.
Getting some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams, they need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that confidence up here too. Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well, so mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ, knowing position there and they don't allow
Že
any
jsou skoro
build
stejné
of those
level, jo,
ults.
super od začátku, no.
Slowly but surely. They want the orbs.
Alpha, nice, nice, and a third, not to be. But for him that's great though. Again, you're
Když
building
se s tím
that
dáš tak se
building confidence.
Prime je dobrý, mě třeba baví. Já ho asi teďka nasadím, dokud mi nepřijde ten Armor, tak budu mít asi Prime. Nad tím tak přemýšlím, co budu hrát za skin a asi Prime, no.
Kushi was the one as well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times, really doing incredible work. So for me, it put him really on my radar. But gonna need to see this now in this sort of bonus situation for Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break in the scoreboard.
Pro mě to je, mají ho všichni type skin. Pro mě taky jakože mají ho všichni, ale málo kdo hraje, kam. To be honest. Je prostě jakoby starý skin, lidi prostě používají ty nový, no.
A composition like this one, right? So they have time of grace for Fnatic to come up with some very set play, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
Yeah, this is how well does RRQ learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here. Jemkin goes for a swing and he certainly misses. Alpha looking clean with that, but Jett is not stopping. This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got to get out of jail free. The plan was flawed from the start, it felt like. Trying to make something happen towards A main, but it's just fallen apart.
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger kills from this tournament, because some of them, massive impact in the round, 5v3 situation for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to securing this bonus, but still they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ to maybe go on the aggression again.
Yeah, still presence on this side, and this will confirm that they want to stick towards it.
To spolká z kresky.
So Fnatic
Vou se ho upravit, že vou se ho.
someone to deal with this, and it is
Hezky,
dealt
tak
with.
to kam už dvě hry podle tebe.
It doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
We're getting down to 30 seconds. This is where things can go wrong. It's when if crossfires aren't cleared, corners aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong, as Crazy Guy already does well. 20 seconds, where are you going, Fnatic? You gotta keep fighting forward. And Crazy Guy reads it. He reads Chronicle's position absolutely perfectly. The smoke keeping him alive. 13 seconds, we're running out of time here. Flash here, buys a couple more seconds, and they are doing it. They're digging in their heels. Fnatic leaving it too late in the day. 4 seconds. Xfero just needs to live here, surely. Just buy his time.
Oof. Oof.
Does more than that.
Xfero.
He sticks the landing as Poster falls. And the timer then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end for RRQ.
They had no business throwing that round for the side of Fnatic. Such a big amount of time. What was the plan? +2. Not thinking. Crazy Guy being alive, just having that nice
Tam od kamaráda ten furt nakonec věcí dává eho, že se mi to oblíbilo. Kámo, eho nakonec věcí. Dej mi další nějaký příklad, třeba 3 příklady, kámo, ať to pochopím.
Yeah, you're going to hear the ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have contact in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around, RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question. Alpha's still having a go. He's still on the line here. He's checked in front of that smoke. He's cleared it. So Fnatic now focus towards middle. Keep an eye on the spike though.
Poprosím si živat, tak si dám pytlíčkého.
Can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned
Mám vidět na
to
toho
respect.
Gragaseho.
Even from
Tak
just
ty koko.
3 rounds, with everything that is at stake and how close the previous round was. Jenkin is waiting.
Přál bych si teď kamaráde mít přístup třeba k databázi milion lidí, abych se milion lidí zeptal, jestli jim to přijde fany nebo úplně v píči a schválně mě zajímalo, jak by to dopadlo na procent. Jsem třeba jenom debil. Co v píči, já jsem třeba jenom debil. Jak tripl.
He's there when you need him. When Fnatic needs something, a spark, he ignites. Xfero and Kushi, I think we know their job now is to try and survive.
That play from Kayak though was everything. The TP, the thing, everything, all the flashes. He just got into Jemkin's head, and that is not an easy matter at all.
5v2,
surely this one, you know, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for the next round. I want to see a very good repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is destroyed.
If he can find consistency in that level of form, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course, there's a lot of standouts from various regions. Obviously, with the Teo coming in, how much that affected going out, should I say? But Kayak overall was, mostly in people's top 5s, top 3s, if not, maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without Durke in the international stage, with the name that he had made for himself. Now you've seen someone else, and he puts out this kind of plays, and you know that he earned that spot.
Školy, ok. A co se říká? Prdel, kámoš je taky prdel.
The interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first joined this roster, he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2, how good he was at dominating that space, but he didn't hit the ground running perfectly, but the potential was there, and now it's absolutely actualized.
Jemkin walking out at the perfect time, just getting the free kill for him.
Jestli to je váš plán už teď, tak abych do toho bouchnul.
RRQ, the money
and
ultimates are getting there. Kushi already has his. And Alpha's just going to be investing into that Outlaw. Again, when the money's not good and when the shields are definitely not going to be heavy, is a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round, for the rest of the half, sorry. Building up that economy.
This little double stack though. It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh wait, this is
big
old investment.
Vypadám nadějně, tak, no tak musíš doufat, že dostaneš Broken Heart a pak tě za tebou asi otevřeš. Pořádně. Jo, pořádně pak otevřeš.
Again, just walks into it. He was meant to be maybe the ace up the sleeve, but it isn't at all. Messi there from Crashies. Xferro gets to keep his life, and if they continue this pathing towards B, there's still 2 players here. They are only with classics, but there's a lot of damage done here. Oh my god! Xferro with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself. But this site is not free, Vaya. 30 seconds, nice clear on towards Crazy Guy, and that is Diligence from Chronicle.
Kámo, clearovat to flashem je crazy prostě.
You're not gonna do any more. That's fine. This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation again, even from Kushi.
RRQ umí prostě jenom atak, no, na téhle mapě, ty jsou v píči na defendu. To Fnatic je rozebere, no.
It's so annoying, like you think you have them, you think you can have a refrag, you think you can go on as 2 and maybe have an advantage, and it just disappears. Alpha here snaps out of it, Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Poster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well. Yeah. But those 2, especially those 2, with that trade potential, Jenkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind the wheel sometimes, just off the tempo and the timing. Couple layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Trying to be played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of danger. He's not fancying sticking around here. Almost Taylor made poison on the catch there.
Jemkin ho hned kámo rozklepal, ale pozor. Ten si pro něj šel, ten se hodně nebal, ten Jemkin, to se mi líbí. Tady se divím, že to Chronicle kámo našel fight. A proč je tak daleko? Tím Judgem, víš to, co já?
Stay on the ghost, no sweat. Crazy Guy still here, and this kind of adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak gonna clear.
Mo info, dáváte si info? Dáváte pozor, jste locked in? Nejste locked in. Ten premiér, no.
Oh my god, Xferro. It depends where they go with this now.
Oh no.
This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not.
Oni mi o něm ví, kámo, co dělají. A dálky jsou v píči. Monět by musel tady hodně uvařit. S Ghostem, kámo.
He's got the ghost, he sees them, paranoia in play, he's still trying to make this one work. 15 seconds, can he buy the precious time here? Kayak watching for it, waiting, plant comes in. Monyet can't affect it yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away. And they know
oni prostě kam odskáčou pryč. To je crazy, no.
Počkej. Lives up to the name, pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going!
Kámo, tak v životě jsem neviděl někoho hrát s Judgem jak debil.
goes for Chronicle this time around. Little bit of the overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round, just giving us a different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning of it, enemy remaining. I was looking forward to what the VÍCE could do on that B side, but seeing Fnatic getting round after round here, 5-1.
Crazy, ten pro chlapy, kurva, úplně no. Kámo, pořád jak debil s tím Jettem. Ten kolo?
Now, Lauren, I have a question for you. Okay. So RQ have already played Ascent this tournament, right? Like we have seen them with the changes and whatnot into this patch. This is what they bring. Who do you think has the bigger advantage coming into this? Is it RQ because they have already gotten that rep that, you know, with the first seed curse, not getting the reps onto stage, not getting a feel of how you're doing? Or Fnatic with a completely new composition that God knows how it's going to work and not having that official practice on it?
I mean, Fnatic get to walk in with no one able to be like prepped up against them, right? Which is a dangerous Fnatic. Now, of course, the comp could have fallen on its face potentially, right? Like maybe Alpha has a terrible start, but again, for RRQ, it becomes the question of their ability to learn on the fly. Can they find the adjustments? It's hit round 7, they've gone for the timeout, that's fine, that's fair. But it's unlikely they're going to convert this one. To get the beat on this round, you're always going to be behind the curve.
Dva největší frageři mají kámo 2-5 a 1-6. RRQ, no to je v kurvě.
And it's hard to adapt now.
And this round for RRQ would mean a lot. As we can see, Jemkin is 1 away from his ultimate. He secures 1 kill, and he could be the difference maker in round number 7. Frame very close. Fnatic again going for this mid control.
That's a good spot.
They've done this before. We've seen similar scenes.
Right? Tady Fortnite.
You can see the Fnatic. We talk about learning on the fly. They certainly are.
A je tady Fortnite, kámo.
Picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for Fnatic.
And blocking the eye side, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but oh, he decides to go for it, gathering all the information onto A.
I mean, it's a bold play. Fnatic still have to walk into a pretty stacked site here. Change
Hodil paranoju na back. Masivní reveal. Stačí se out.
They might get stuck in towards main. Not again, surely. Kayak just pries open the site. Apparently that's all they need. Kayak just strolling in is enough to get them over the potential hurdle. Sparrow just a second behind. As now, this is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still, Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes, gets 1 closer to his ultimate. And speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his. Kayak wants it.
That's brutal. Another step in the right direction, and they needed this after map 2. It was a blowout pretty much.
To kouk už začíná být moc teplo, mě blbě se mi spí, fakt jo. Jako my musíme koupit větráky v bázi z Gamery nějaký, no, to je banger.
A quick, decisive reaction. A lot in the hands of Kayak and Alpha, and both of them doing exactly as they need to.
And RRQ need to make a decision. We saw that timeout, yes, the previous round. The economy wasn't the best, but maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up some of the plays.
A ty máš nějaký větrák nebo AC nebo něco?
Else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. We need to find that kind of energy. Monty's been deadly. Not only in the previous map, but also here. Definitely being a nuisance.
And I like this. I like the way they're using the VÍCE to kind of scale up on the map again, kind of using the vines to go down the thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to take space safely off the back too. It's really nice layering for this mid control that they've been trying to, I guess, work through for most of the opening exchanges in this map. So far so good. First time we've seen Fnatic start with a little bit more pressure towards that B main, but it doesn't look like they're particularly sticking around here. This high
takovou tu přenosnou AC, to stojí raketu kamaráda, za raketu to žere elektrik nebo něčeho, ne?
Taking their time. We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from Jemkin too, because there's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and be aggressive in a way, but he has been caught on a couple of timings by Alpha in middle. I want to see him find a way to deal with that tempo now.
Speaking about tempo, Kayak is ready to walk. He is going to be spotted.
30 seconds left.
2 of the players, the rotation coming in from RRQ. And again, they might find each other at CT.
20 seconds.
TP, and this is now running really late. Okay, this will help things, but I think Jett might have been out of it, but Kayak gonna catch the rotate. Goes down again, 10 seconds, please don't make him.
10 seconds left.
This could be unthinkable if he denies the plant on this one. Oh my god, Jett! That might have been everything! Look at the time now, it's too late!
Jett Zandal.
Way too late, Jett makes a monstrous play there!
Weapon here.
Jett
I
Zandal.
cannot believe it keeps happening. At some point, you might think, no, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main, just leaving this onto the last second when you've worked towards the map, when you've worked that information layer by layer, corner by corner.
Yeah, good hold. Good hold.
Exactly.
But again, though, these are the cracks that will be there in this attack from Fnatic. It won't be perfectly smooth yet. They won't be in that complete consideration. I think some of the issues of this round started before that point, how late it was. If RRQ, leave them a little bit of space, sit a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner, how do they navigate this? Now, normally it's been Kayak kicking down A and just getting 2, but if they are made to slow play through this map, how does that fare? Really need to see Jemkin playing this perfectly, though, because again, he might be the one in that crosshair instantly.
Alpha pushing with that operator, but RRQ, they're not giving a single inch. They know what they're facing, and they know what's worked for them.
And I like this, sitting a bit deeper. As said, I think
Transformací za 4, 4K, 47 hvězdičky, 130, tak to je dobrý, kam.
Also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information. This is solid. This is a nice approach. 45 seconds, and none of that contested space has been taken by Fnatic yet, barring maybe Cat and now Tree. They can't play back into B because they're going to be so behind the curve on the information. And that's, I mean, that's divine from Jemkin. The spike is pivoting. Now, it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on the prize here, they... And again, Xpero does do well on towards Kayak, but late in the day they've made...
A je to 3v3, kámo. Dal bych tohle kolo, aby vyhrali RRQ hodně.
RRQ started to get the read on sitting deep, making them explore further, but Fnatic saved by Chronicle's diligence, but it's still a 3v3. It's not impossible, just a little improbable when you look at who's here. Chronicle's control is legendary. Swings off the pop of the ult, but that's a player without a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it and put it away.
BS jak blázen, no.
Catching Jemkin. Jett looks for a target, dives in on sight. Can't quite control on the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all the cards. Chronicle, that was a brilliant round from him.
You're speaking about diligence, and Chronicle has been all that this entire match. The condition and also that he's been making in this map. 30 seconds.
Kámo,
vrátit
Black Clover, hezky.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah, genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late rotations, if you aren't clear.
Nevím, jak to popsat, kámo, ale kdyby Fnatic neměli Chronicla, tak ty píčo, a byl tam kdokoliv jiný, tak dle mýho jsou víc v píči, než když jim třeba odešel Dirk. Nevím, to je jeden z jejich nejvíc valuable hráčů, co mají prostě. On ty postavičky, co hraje tak dobře a prostě je tak jakoby dobrý hráč, že to je fakt jako masivní. Tomu dal Kayak.
And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing in Jemkin a little bit, taking some of that space, but Xpero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility to those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also gets to use his ultimate.
Oh, I like this as well, though. You take space on one side, but in the meantime, they push so much deeper towards A main. They don't need to go further than this. With him being here,
to Demon Slayera nehodlám čekat na kino. To my se taky, my jsme chtěli do kina na Demon Slayera, že to bude banger, ale kámo, když to má být takhle dlouho až v kině potom, ty budu jako za měsíce čekat, mezi tím to všichni spoilernou, chápu, že ho se stane a já budu čekat na kino, ne? To já si kounu na pořádnou si nemůžu předtím.
Last time Kron was the one who was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus towards top middle. RRQ down to themselves, wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. But the timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as the plant next.
in the steps to be taken. Kushi trying to thread a needle that I don't think.
Stejně jako v Japonsku, proč mají právo? Jo, tak to může dobrý.
That is a Vandal picked up. Good util still left here as well, but Crazy Guy just about making it over here.
2v3 je crazy.
Do the dance, right? Put him through the paces. We're gonna need like a shot in the dark, right? We're gonna need something. What do you have here, Kushi? Taking the first step, nice off the flash.
Škoda. Mám booster, vole.
Doing what is necessary. That makes it sound like I was saying the dance was necessary. That less so. But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost, big mistakes, very big mistakes. Good to see them back in the board. And RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they could make, and it's giving Fnatic
Můžeme udělat Watchparty.
waiting for such a long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the step.
Tam asi on skáče jen kousky.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
The prime of Boaster. Astra.
Ale uvidíme. Jako mě napadlo, že mít velký jako projektor a někde to dát banger by taky nebyl špatný. Přesně Irl na plátně nějaký banger. Padne pro zatím na co koukat. I know your struggles, man. I know your struggles, vole.
Playing into that, but they lacked the conviction in the right call in that last round, and that's the devastating part.
Máme neznám nikoho s projektorem.
And then just misplayed it at the end. So, as said, this to me feels like they're watching this game fall between their fingertips.
These first halves are being so one-sided. Both of the teams.
Já potřebuji si jednou koupit fakt velkou televizi, kterou budu mít takhle na anime a k ní domácí kino, chápeš? Aby jsme s Gaver mohli koukat prostě na banger.
Oh, the Euro wants the TP here. I'm not going to allow it. I know that Alpha's going to try and get that space. But actually, it's working. So for Fnatic, a couple more rounds. Already 6 rounds of difference in the scoreboard.
Tam jste za, jakoby přejez každou hru. Teď přejížděl Fnatic, teď přejížděl RRQ.
And prove to us that he has what it takes. What he had on Haven. And I feel like we've seen this round 3,000 times.
Hey, if it's working.
I'm already tired of this comp. Nah.
But aggression down middle, it's not
Dobrý one-tap, skoro že na ten.
I think that Jemkin's been very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not looked easy for him by any means.
This time they go for the litter aggression onto me, trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayak's phone. So not looking the best there.
And he does have a little bit of utility to play with, I guess. Invested kindly by Xfero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do?
Jemkin ho takhle vyjebal.
I guess is what we do, but it's a one and done. There's no furthering that. And now the map's split in half. 2 on either side. Where does Fnatic decide to go? They've won the mid-fight completely. That's the spike going through
30 seconds left.
Really, really isolated. Yeah. Okay, the rest are coming up here. But I was a bit worried he was on his own. Now, no one was there to punish him. We're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. Fury, gonna find a man. Ooh, and the 4-2 Alpha goes down. Okay. Now, do they scarper? It's messy from Boaster there. Couldn't get back in time again.
Musíš go na 720p, že mi to vyšle more flag. Jak flag?
Fnatic luckily have 8 rounds, so it's not been
Na
that much of a big
720p
deal.
flag.
But this is how they've been losing them. 2 seconds, they're just gonna let it fizzle out. It's not the most explosive way to get to 3, but RRQ will take it.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is guys, you're doing well. Keep it going. For the side of RRQ, take the right time, learn when to push. Let's put a little bit of pressure onto them.
Vím, kde máš oči. OK, no. Super. Těší mě, já jsem oči.
And this kill. Again, the numbers from yesterday, an average of a minute and 9 seconds.
Jak papa?
That is outrageous and obviously the highest on
To si papa dortíšek s 5.
Happy 5 years, everybody.
Yeah, congrats. Now, what do we see here? I'd like to see Fnatic almost kind of playing with a gear shift, which actually looks like they are now, because again, you've almost lulled RRQ into a sense of safety that is not here. Kushi trying to find him, but it's actually Xfero who's caught Boaster. And Fnatic have really held up towards B main. They have managed to burst through, banking on Kayak's ability to do something with this. Commits towards boat house, crashes now and comes out, but there's 3 players on the side.
This
I'm
is
not sure about this, Lauren.
dangerous. Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still
Ta
need to
paranoja,
land the
vole.
shots if you are
Oni-
Easy. This
Dobrá.
is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slows
A
them down towards
wow.
main that just
A kde mě
stop the match
vidíš?
from
Ukaž.
committing.
Kouknu.
4v4 on site.
Kámo, co to vidíš? Tak to je crazy. A wow.
They got into their own heads about it.
A wow.
They're once again right about this. They don't need to
To je konec.
change. They hold these positions, hold this line. They make it hard for Fnatic, but here we go. Alpha unleashing Fury, but the site is still not clear. You got 30 seconds and 2 more to find. Kushi, are you the hero to step up for RRQ, or a Fnatic just past that hurdle? It's perfect. Takes one, doesn't
Co děláš, ty debile?
Alpha was the one getting those kills on Cap before. He loses his head for a second. And with 14 seconds, the plant is in. That doesn't make things easier. Chronicle is... Oh my
Jen v Americe.
so low HP too. 3 HP is all that's there. Alpha, back of the boathouse, sends Crazy Guy back into basically the second half. 3-9 player. Fnatic look good in this form. They've given themselves a buffer. It wasn't perfect, but it's better than nothing.
But when you think about those mistakes, those rounds that they lost, they could have perfectly won. They need to get back on the drawing board. This composition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Nestoupnu. 9-3. Ale chtěl. To je na pokutu. Grrr.
Hola, Toronto, as we get ready for our next half of play here. What I figured what we do, because Vansili did this, so I thought it'd be fun to do it myself. A little hydration break, that's right. Take a swig for the working man and woman of the world today. Now, of course, the most important thing is, if you have a drink in your hand, we want to give a toast to the 2 teams on stage. You see yourself on camera, give yourself a toast, give yourself a drink. Let's do this right now. See? Cheers to the invisible person. I just spilled it on myself. Like a tonto. Unbelievable. All right. Who we got next? Look at him. Take a swing for the worker man. Do it. Yeah.
Úplně jenom pít, jak já.
Giving them a solid standing here in the half bayer. 9 rounds to their name. Yes, some fumbles. Yes, some missed timings. But 9 rounds is solid.
And from the attack, something that they chose themselves. Now moving on to the defense, where our eyes have to go on to the other side.
Yes.
RRQ might have not been able to find some solutions, but now they should be the ones setting the pace. It has to be night and day for a player like Jemkin.
It certainly does. We saw his potential in Map 2. We've seen his potential during that regular season. The guy is damn good. But it's been a hard first half. A lot of those timings and tempos was rough for them. So the Coinbase Econ report kind of highlighting some of that here with, again, small number, not good.
Most for me is going to be Chronicle and how much of a pain he was over onto A, something that, onto B, something that we're probably going to see also from the defense. But I want to see how deep this composition goes. Having the chamber, having the VÍCE, you have so many things
pro piky s tím chamberem jak blázen.
Did not expect for today's match. This is not the way you expected to close things out if you were RRQ. Hey, not everything is set. Starts with a pistol though.
It certainly
as we always say.
It certainly does. And Fnatic weren't loving them before, right? They were hard
I mean, even if they
work.
caught the pistol, yeah.
But here we go. Final half to be had. Map 3 between the 2 of them. RRQ bringing out all the big guns in Map 2. But Map 3 could be all over in a blink of an eye. They need this pistol.
On se chtěl nechat hitnout.
Instant aggression,
Poster.
gathering a few orbs. Nothing on the other side from Fnatic. Poster just walks away. And Kayak takes an advanced position on B main.
Yeah, I like it. Again, you can get out of jail free. Just got to keep your eye on the timing. See the consideration of
Rizika čeká na reset nožíku, hodí pak nožík flashne a bude fake down.
Kayak, the early warning system, and a lethal one at that, does get out of there. Xfero now will control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything you want. but now not alone. Walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body blocked almost. Kron though tries to
Ty vole, mám vzal 2 ten Chronicle, to je crazy. Vážně běžel typek s kamerkou v ruce. Oni jsou low jak dement, to je vyhratelný use pro Fnatic.
Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side of the map, so late positioning towards main, but Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play, Smoke still there, Dart as well, but no synergy on that? I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and play back in together, but now down to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util, as said, this is pretty big for them.
Tam všichni low jak
late positioning towards main is rough, it's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, gotta get a move on, gotta get going, and they're playing the game. This is gonna be doing the dance with them, right? Gonna make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But 2 more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monjet just needs to live, and he does more than that.
Největší písenice, Borgo opět to chce, ať hrajou, tak se můžu... To něco znamená. 2 damage per minute. 0,14 omega lul. Ten přemýšlel bych si koupil takovou tu powerbanku, když vypadne proud, takový ten jako generátor, ale to ti nevydrží stejně komp na tom dlouho, ne?
It's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of where the rest
2 hodiny, no. Bych chtěl něco, že by tě komplet držel třeba 6 hodin na tom, to by bylo kámo, to by bylo dobrý. To by bylo dobrý. Já bych třeba Valorant Ranked, kámo. To ti asi nedošlo. Vypadne proud, vypadne ti internet, nedohraješ Ranked. Debil prostě, co ti na tom říct? Nepromyslel jsi to hluboko, kamaráde, moc. A on, já jsem píča vlastně, a jo, teď mi vypadne internet. Tam dáme Wi-Fi, tak to bude fungovat. Takže si myslíš, jakoby, že tu Wi-Fi, co chytáš, tak jakoby by ti fungovalo. Router, nevěřím, kámo, by to fungovalo. To chytáš z nějakého satelitu, který je blízko u tebe, kámo, jestli vypadne proud tobě, taky satelitu si myslím, ale jako zkusit to můžeš. Ale třeba ne, třeba by to fungovalo. Jako. Já jsem jasný, no.
I'm still a bit nervous here. Yeah, okay, I think they felt the danger in that, even just the cam being cleared as it was. And here comes, let's see if that control is
Bulldog je hovno, prostě si chtěl říct.
Quick on his feet. As Alpha does need to back away. Expected reposition. Jemkin, eyes already trained towards it. Plants in play. It's dangerous, but they find stability. Now they need to
2 hodiny dal třeba, jak může dát něco offline, tak je v pohodě, víc. Jako v Gamesku. A v té době už skoro všechno potřebuje net. Internet, no. That's what I'm saying.
Fantastically timed. Catching at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, Cushy now, out of the situation. Alpha finds Crazy Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but desperately tried. Monjet, once again, the final man.
No, 9-5, ale nebylo to úplně clean.
Doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. Will almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense, and I think we're going to get a very fair showing now. How Alpha is going to be positioned, how they use having that and the Euro as well. We can see now as all the utility from Chronicle on his first VÍCE over onto A.
Yeah, big switch up in that. As obviously until this point for the Pistols, they did have Alpha kind of soloing out on towards that A site as much as they could. Put a lot of faith in towards him here. And the walk back comes in towards B. So trying to steady themselves here. Kayak has been solid. That's a player spotted here. And he's sticking around on this. I'm a bit worried he stays so close here. Oh my god. Thankfully that wall now
beat a
little less of an issue.
That's 3 people spotted. That's what we see. All that utility coming down. X-Pharaoh actually gathering that orb for the
He's a brave boy.
Just in case someone else gets the kill.
Ooh, did they spot? I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but
check name, to je debil.
Oh my! What is that? You do not see that every day.
Kámo, ten Alpha.
By Alpha.
Alpha being gifted the chance of the gods from that. And now that all comes into play. That is perfect. And look.
Že vyhoříme, to je klasika, kámo, začíná bouřka, všechno vytáhni se zásuvek, kámo, ať nevyhoříme. Panik, úplně atak, můj fotor měl to stejný vždycky.
25 seconds getting late in the day, they decided to slip towards the site. Waiting for the util to come, but it ain't.
Literally bouřka jenom přicházela a už se musel všechno jít vypojit, kámo, ze zásuvek. Kámo, jak se tohle stane? Jak se tohle stane? Alfair se postavil.
Oh no, he stood up.
Okay.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue. Stick him to that chair. It's dangerous because this round as well. I like what they did. Alpha. Oh.
He's celebrating for the rest of them. It's not for him.
Okay. Okay. So that's okay.
Nice Gron.
Nice Gron. Nice anchoring kayak. You're doing a brilliant job over in B. Doesn't matter. Was the bonus for RQ. There's still plenty of
chances. Telefonu zásuvky pořád se jdu z domu. Ale jako to chápu, ale je to v piči, jako no. Ale jako to chápu, ale kdo to dělá.
Oh my god, what? Kayak just
drifted out. The opener again.
Yeah, Jetkin's starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean enough to truly punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my god, you are lucky to be breathing, crazy guy. Spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine.
Běží 2 písy za vzáci 24/7, jako má skoro taky, viď? Běží do kompy, skoro furt. Za večer jako ne, ale...
Always so deadly in these situations. Let's see how well he does in this new role here. Chronicle's gone down, but Alpha stomps into the site. 3 for him! Back-to-back damage. Now down to 2, 45 seconds, much more time, but the final boss of Alpha seems to be standing.
Tak pak slaguje. Tak si může představit, že ty bys běžel, kámo, 24 hodin. 24/7 v kuse furt.
And he's got it. Expero falls, leaving just one man alive, and Alpha's corner has not been cleared this time.
No nic.
Gets away with it with 4 kills, and apparently...
Tak to aspoň skončí, jako že nějak může sehnout normálně, ty kokot.
This time around, it doesn't matter that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with lags like that. Not a second time around. Struggle to find the first one. It doesn't matter. He closes up with 4, but it couldn't have been possible without the paranoia, the flash from VÍCE, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying to execute on you. 11 for Fnatic, 2 away from continuing a lower bracket run. RQ now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is not the best. Jemkin 1 away from his ultimate, working with the shorty, trying to get that orb, or at least they're gonna try and fight for it.
Oh, paranoia.
No follow-up though.
Yeah, kind of scarpering, but timing-wise, Fnatic coming into their own in moments like this is dreamy for them.
Alfair aspoň vykoupil ten last round real.
Their creativity being rewarded here, as that 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes. 20 kills for him after what was genuinely a very hard map 2 and not a particularly brilliant map 1. He has found his form when he needed it.
Sírup na kašel, je to real.
Hallmark of a good player. Shot goes astray that time. But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't too many. Again, gotta say it, Chronicle in this role. Lovely to see, but Jemkin.
To se sírupem.
Oh, it was labored, but he's got the job
Byl sekiro, dneska ne.
Ty kokot! That is the man we were just talking about. The beast himself, the Wonder Kid.
Kdyby dal ace.
And he's standing up to celebrate. This is 100% deserved. What a crazy run from him. I need to see that shot again.
Hope se jo. Bingo, už mám.
I know Kunkun's not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that every day of the week. Now, is it over? Was RRQ's hopes and chances dashed by this brand new composition that looks so good? It looks creative. It looks like it's on the money, and it's given Alpha that real resurgence here.
Absolutely. Sphera forced out. One of his cages gone. 7 in a row needed for RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
3 players, 3 bodies to try and drop. So far they make it past the first.
No, a je to tady. GG.
Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy
GG.
guy, Kushi, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And Kushi's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike too. If he goes down, that could be just done for. But no, they don't swing into it. They play this cautiously. They play it right.
RRQ. Sádky. Sádky, prostě. Takhle jsem já, že prohráli sádky. Tady už víš, že jsi v píči, bro.
It's either Kayak or Alpha. And Xfero has to face the music. It is
GG.
Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look, securing their safety and survival in the lower bracket.
It's not been an easy road for them, and the road ahead does not get any easier.
Nemyslím si, že vyhrajou Masters. Fnatic jako.
Worked hard for it. And on the other side, we see an RRQ that had no response to all of this shenanigans. That map 2 is what I'm thinking of when I think of RRQ. The showing on Haven.
Jestli to suší doopravdy kotě, dík to mi. Tady pro té voláknu, čekal jsem, kdy přijdeš, bro. Jak je? My čekáme na rozhovor a pak do piče.
You can see the potential, but finding it consistently in stages like this is the next layer.
Joj, taky baníčko tady, jaj.
They still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just could not find it in the others.
Here's the thing, they were playing yesterday.
Dobře, jak se máš ty, já úplně pecka, úplně chillu, kamu. Snažím se vařit do pecky.
This is not something that was cooked from one day to the other.
And for them, a massive relief to make it through that, shaking off the chance of that Shanghai nightmare reoccurring.
Já se pojat, jak si vydaří ve Valošku, ten next time gonna. Pozdravuj to hňáčemu, posílám soralak. No, nebo posílám soralak. A po interview, klasik, to je jasný. Pošlu vás tam po interview hned, nebo se teďka?
They had to bring out the big guns, right? You needed an Alpha performing, and to put him in that role after Haven, that was dangerous.
I cannot wait to see what the rest of the teams are going to do. Genly is ready, so let's throw it over to the Verizon post-match interview.
Let's hear it for Fnatic! And once again, I'm gonna join Boaster over here. He's pretty busy. Hello, Jake. Having fun? Jake? He's busy. Turn around! There's a camera for you, yeah. Alright, so complete bounce back from you guys. Do you feel like this was the mental reset that you guys needed?
Yeah, you know, we had one little rep on stage and we were like, I was like, I need shorts for this event. Whipped out the shorts, bum is out. No, I'm joking. But no, I just think we know that how good we are and what our capabilities are. We just have to show it and believe it, and I think especially the third map we're playing it pretty well, I thought.
Hello, Chronic Soul.
You want a question?
Yes. Okay, let's talk about the creativity that you brought to the table. Completely reinvented Ascent. What was the ideology behind the whimsical comp?
I mean, there's the Deadlock Cypher comp, and we were like, we played that one before, but there was also like a Vice, the idea of a Vice chamber. And I think the chamber put Alphion chamber, Kayak on Yori, and we've got 2 really aggressive style players who like getting picked. So I don't know, it just kind of, we just went for it. And honestly, it wasn't going well. I swear down, but it suddenly clicked, like we did some good focus on it, and it was doing all right. We screwed up the Vita versus Gen G, I think. Damn it!
The Vitos. Okay. You guys are the last EMEA team alive in this tournament. Do you feel like that adds pressure to you, or no?
Nah, not really. I don't think we see it as like we're EMEA's final hope, even though that's kind of a cool story. We're just here trying to get some wins that event, trying to lift a trophy, and if we end up doing it for EMEA, that's kind of hype. and yeah, so be it. But
No nechápu ty týmy, co jsou, že repují jakoby to svojí tou, já tam prostě jsem za ten tým, kámo. A je mi úplně jedno, jestli jsem z Evropy, z Ameriky, kámo, nebo z Mexika, ty kokot někde, vole, já prostě repuju svůj tým a je mi úplně jedno, odkud jsem, chápu. To nedělám pro tu zemi, já to dělám pro ten tým a pro své.
Okay, lastly though, you know, we see this constant hunger from you, you know, hunger to be the great person and also to be #1 in the world. So what do you think it's going to take you to reach the top once again in this tournament?
Well, I think I need to know how to shoot. I think that would help. I do struggle a bit on some maps. The Haven today, I don't know what happened. My head must have been like a hot air balloon and everyone was just one-tapping me. But I think the cooling so far has been okay from me, and that's always something I want to improve on, and the atmosphere. But I think if we're going to win an event again, I need to be able to put on a decent performance. I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expected to get, like the easy ones. So that's going to be my goal and hope if we want to win this event.
All right, thank you so much. Collect some heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies. Well, what an incredible Valorant action.
Pozdravujte huňáče, mějte se hezky.
Tune in for more tomorrow with the upper semis coming up.
Vidíme se zítra nějak. Takže pa.
Since we have both